Okay, we are live and ready to go. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, December 7th. And with that, we'll move to our invocation, and Pastor Buell of the Cool Community Church, please lead us in the invocation. Welcome.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Let's pray. Father, this truly is a uniquely wonderful time of the year for us. It's a time that we have set aside as a society to celebrate something, to celebrate someone who was born more than 2,000 years ago, but who even today continues to govern the affairs of men. And it's also a busy time of year for most of us. And so beneath the suffocating press of tinsel and gifts and experiences and meals and social responsibilities, God, I pray that you would help us to remember that the point of all our Christmas celebration at this time is Christ himself, the Christ who is revealed to us in the Bible. And so, Lord Jesus, the Bible has many things to say to us today, but this morning I'm reminded of what the Bible says about the men and women who are sitting around this table when it describes them as your servants who you have sent for our good. And Lord, the Bible says that that good consists of two responsibilities which you have placed upon these servants: the responsibility to restrain evil and the responsibility to promote the common good. And in our system of government, it is our sheriff who is primarily responsible to restrain evil. And so I pray that you would help Sheriff D'Agostini and all of the men and women who serve alongside of him to do just that. And it is the Board of Supervisors who are primarily responsible for promoting the common good. And so I pray for each of these men and women, along with Don Ashton and his entire team, that you would help them to do just that. And finally, Lord, I pray for our citizenry as well. It's no secret that this has been a hard couple of years for all of us. And so by the power of your Holy Spirit, please help us as citizens to believe the best about our elected officials and to do our best to make their job a joy and not a burden, especially at Christmas time. And we ask all of that in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
That was really beautiful.
Thank you, Pastor Drew.
Yeah,
Great
thank you.
messaging. Yeah, really appreciate that. That's uplifting to start the meeting, and we need that periodically. So thank you again. So with that, we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Turnbow, would you please lead us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we will now move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I know we have some proposed changes, so to our CAO to update us on those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are three changes on the agenda that was posted on Friday. One is a correction to Mitigation Fee Act item number 50, a minor correction, just a map number. We are asking for continuance of item number 53 and approval of item number 61. They are related matters regarding the Pollock Pines Hotel. And then I would also like to let the board know in regards to item number 5 on the consent calendar. This is a letter to the governor's office. There's some public comment again on the address to that letter. It is appropriate, it is correct, but it doesn't contain the street. The governor's office doesn't care. They accept them both ways, both are right, but I do want to respect the public's input. So we have revised that letter to have the street address for the state capitol on it for the chair's signature.
Very good. Okay.
And while we're talking about closed session items, I just wanted to note that item number 55, I'd like to ask that be continued off calendar as the need for the discussion has gone away.
Very good.
And then on item 50, just a little clerical, if the items under it say 1, 2, and 2, there's just a typo. And I only caught it because I was referencing that 3 items. So just a heads up, when we adopt it, we'll want to make sure we say the three things.
Right, and that is on the addendum. So yes, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll correct that as well. All right, very good. With that, let's go through the various districts to determine if there's any items that we would choose to pull from the agenda for discussion. So let's start with District 5. Sue.
Yeah, I'm going to register a no on number 5.
Okay.
Science has proven that wearing masks and getting a vaccine is the best way, quote, to keep our children safe for normal education. So that's a no.
Right.
And I'd like to pull number 11, please.
Okay,
And just for the staff's understanding, it's just to see about the senior center up in Tahoe, including that. Thank you.
very good. Thank you. District 4,
No changes.
District 3,
No changes.
District 2.
I want to pull item number 2, just more of a clarification so people understand it, because I've been getting beat up by a lot of constituents and stuff, and it relates to privacy.
Okay, very good. And I have no request to pull anything. So with that, I think we're ready to take, pardon? I think we're ready to take public comment, Kim, on the consent calendar. And if you would please identify which item on the consent calendar you're speaking to, that would help us get oriented and follow what your conversation is, or what your presentation is. So anyone, I'll turn it over to Kim and she can go ahead and introduce that.
Now taking public comment on adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Are we going to be pulling 2 for a full discussion, or are we just, we are going to pull?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else present in the boardroom? Jane. Good morning.
Jane McGinnis. I was so dismayed when I saw item 61 this morning. It's like, no, wait. First of all, I want to thank you guys for the effort last Thursday. It was interesting. And just as a point of information, I'm going to meet by phone with Marisa Muscat tomorrow and go over Housing First 7 questions on how is it that the sheriff's plan does not meet Housing First, and how could it be made to? And then I'm going to sit down with him and see if we can get all that information on the table and make something happen. I don't know. It may not be possible, but I'm going to try it. I was so thrilled when we left the last meeting, and I was looking to, if we can just squeeze through February, we might be at a jumping off spot. And I'm hoping I didn't understand this right, that in working through the community efforts in Pollock Pines to soften the issue of the hotel, that the larger topic of the Navigation Center and Pallet Homes is going to be put off from February until May. So just at the beginning of fire season, it feels like we're dealing with it as a fire prevention issue instead of a homelessness issue. There are so many people out there who has desperate need. And it just is so wrong to put this off until May. I just want to say that. In the meantime, I think individual people are going to try to see if we can get some of these folks under shelter, but it's not easy. And we're kind of looking to you. So if there's anything that can be done about this, it's hard to take up the next 2 months with 26 hotel rooms when we had been looking at, let's see how we can help hundreds of people with a navigation center. It's not an even trade. So that was it.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carmela Buenrostro. I'm from Pollock Pines. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. And Pollock Pines is a beautiful town, as you all know, not only for the
So
abundance.
can you tell us what item on the consent calendar
I'm
this
sorry.
addresses?
I don't know if it's appropriate what I'm talking about yet. I'm a little confused. This is in regards to the project the hotel.
Project Home Key?
Home Key, yes, sir.
I don't think that's on the consent calendar.
Okay.
So open forum, which would be the appropriate time to speak to that.
It's coming. Okay, no problem. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
It's 1 o'clock is when open forum is. Yeah,
Right.
sorry for the confusion. But is there an item, Don, that we could reference?
61.
Mr. Chair, 61 is on consent. Was that on an addenda that relates to that?
That worked. It's
Yes, okay, very good. I'm sorry. It was a late addendum item, and yes, it relates to the Project Home Key. So you're perfectly correct to go ahead and speak to that now. Thank
No,
you.
It's okay. Not only for the abundance of nature that surrounds us, but because of the people who work hard and live there. We hold pride for our town and watch out for one another as we are one big family. With that being said, speaking for my family, I do not want to see what many have placed tremendous pride in maintaining become disrespected by people who come and see this as just another stop along the road, provided housing, and then leave a potential mess for our residents to witness and clean up. While I do have compassion and I've done things to be a resource to displaced and homeless individuals, I personally do not feel that turning the Best Western into a project room key is one of the answers or something positive for our town. I did attend last week's Taxpayers Association meeting, and the only concrete thing that I heard was that in other towns that this was established, there was an increase in public safety calls. Pollock Pines does not have the resources readily available for people who are already residing in our own town. And I can say this, I speak firsthand as a former community health worker who would try to obtain support services for people in our town. And I'd have to find places outside of our county, outside of our community. I often had to, like I said, refer them outside of county. So we will put additional weight on an already stretched lifelines for our townspeople to accommodate those in the hotel who may not even be part of our county. I also I'd heard nothing about what steps are in place to mitigate the needs that can turn into law enforcement calls. There was discussion of 24/7 care managers for residents. But what does that mean to us who have to call the police when there are individuals causing disruptions, increase in drug activity, as residents can't be turned away? And if I heard this correctly, if they have issues with sobriety. Well, they have a structure for houses. What's the structure to keep the preservation and safety of our town? This hotel is 1.2 miles away from Pinewood Elementary, where my son goes. While school staff are diligent about who comes there and who's allowed on campus, we cannot control what individuals' intentions are. I know that not all residents of the proposed project Room Key will bring negative behaviors to our town. But let's not be blind to the fact that certain issues do come with housing homeless. As I said, the needs of our the people with own needs in our town, we don't have direct readily resources available. I'm not oblivious to the fact that our town isn't perfect. We have our problems too. But our town should not have to be forced to take on more issues that, like I said, we don't even have the resources for our own people. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmela. And this is a little unusual, but Kim, since 61 is on the addendum, would you please read it so people understand what that is? I'm not sure everybody's had a chance to see that, because it is it is a commitment to have public meetings in Pollock Pines. I think it's important to read that into the record.
Okay. Item 61 is a general government consent item. It comes from the Chief Administrative Officer and Director of Health and Human Services, recommending the board direct Health and Human Services to return to the board on February 22nd of 2022 to provide a report to the board in open session on the community engagement efforts relative to Project Home Key in Pollock Pines, and delay the report back to the board relative to the Navigation Center and Pallet Homes that was directed on November 9th, 2021 to May 17th of 2022 due to the lack of resources needed to report back to the board on both matters by February.
So there will be engagement in the community is the bottom line, and that will start soon. So, okay, anyone else present here in the boardroom who would like to speak at this point on the consent calendar?
Praise the Lord, Jonathan Gainsborough. Merry Christmas to you all. We're in the season. I want to speak on 24 and 61. I'm speaking up for the people that won't come here to speak. I try to get the homeless to come here and speak to you. Some of them won't thaw out from last night. But in the next couple months, some of them won't thaw out at all. They're going to wake up dead. They're going to wake up dead on our streets and on our creeks. I'm reading from February 12th. We don't remember because we never got his name. This fellow must not have had any name. I mean, you have a name, Don. You have a name, David, and George, and John, and Wendy, and Lori, and Sue. Jonathan Gainsborough, I have a name, but this fellow had no name. No, he was just found dead near the Broadway encampment, near the Broadway homeless home, where our hearts can't find a shelter for them this winter. We're talking finally about a year-round, and I don't see the clock, the timer. What is my time, please? Where? All right, well, I'll grace.
And Kim, could you give verbal warnings at like 2.5 minutes or something or other?
Yeah. He was found dead on the creek near the Broadway shelter with $700 million budget. Dear God, how can we not shelter 500 Western Slope homeless? Maybe 100 slept in their car last night. Talked to the head of the education, and there's several hundred that are homeless youth. We've got to do something this winter. How can you, with a $50 million reserve fund for the county, how can you not spend money not to even get a porta potty for the homeless on Upper Broadway, much less let them sleep out in the ice and snow? No, he had no name. But to Jesus, he had a name. And Jesus says, you that claim to be Christians, oh Lord, I'm too busy. We've got other projects. We're going to push
Public
it off.
comment at 2.5 minutes.
We're going to push it off to May instead of February. Let Health and Human Services have $250,000 to get the funding, to get the plan back to you to start a year-round homeless shelter. And I object to $175,000 added to home base. What did they do to tell us what the sheriff could change so that we could have a shelter this winter? Stop kicking the can down the road.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Don't you have a conscience, a human conscience for the people that slept worse than dogs last night out in the cold? Do something, for God's sake. If you call yourself an atheist, whatever, whoever you worship, Jesus Christ said, in as much as you did not do it for the least that have no name.
Please
You're
wrap it
just-
up, Jonathan.
You are just throwaway garbage in the eyes of the county government. We can't get a shelter for you. We only have a $50 million reserve fund.
Thank you.
Get something this winter. Get a warming shelter. Get it open this winter. Do it in Jesus' name, for God's sake. God bless you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the boardroom who'd like to speak to the consent calendar? All right, I think we're seeing none, so we can go then to those online Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants, taking public comment from 390.
So, it's like, okay. Good luck. I have to look.
Good morning, board. Ken Greenwood, District 3 now, it looks like, just by inches. Anyway, bless you, Jonathan. Drove by the homeless camp at Upper Broadway last night and saw Christmas lights up there. And
Ken, what item are you speaking to? Please give us a number.
I'm speaking to item 61, 24, and also I have a comment on item 5.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyway, and I noted that despite their situation, they're still finding the reason for the season. I hope we can figure out something to do with all of this. I would comment on item 61 that there is no real supporting material other than the item itself, which makes the item a little harder or hard to understand. If there was more background material, that would really, really help. Item 20 or item 24, yeah, let's allocate the money to get some things rolling. Item 5, thank you very much. To include the street address, the point of my communication there was simply a formality. We try to be as formal as possible. We try to do this within decorum and this and that. I understand that our current governor is like our last governor, a bit of a maverick, if you will. In fact, yesterday, my client, her brother grew up with Governor Newsom, and nothing's changed since Gavin Newsom was in college. She described him as I don't actually say what she described him as. Anyway, the point again is to just be formal in these communications to our elected officials. Yes, I am sarcastic at times to our Board of Supervisors. If nothing else, I apologize for that at times. But my approach on this, and then with our letter to the president, and I think we should send another, is that we need to
The comment at 2.5 minutes.
No matter how we feel about the individual holding the office, we try to respect the office. And that's really, truly my point. And then basically, yeah, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Oh, pardon me. There is no, on the agenda, and there was some confusion earlier, 1 o'clock for public comment, open forum, if you will, should please be at 9 a.m. or so that people can get on with their day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good morning, everybody. Well, first of all, I'm going to be speaking on 20, what is it, 25 and 61? Is it 25? Anyway, it's kind of curious that we can get millions of dollars for millions of funding for homeless from the governor and from the president, but we can't get any money to rebuild Grizzly Flats. Pretty astonishing, if you ask me. We're begging for Biden to help working, healthy people rebuild their homes and their properties, but we can throw millions and millions of dollars at government programs that are proving to be a farce and a scam. And as I coined the phrase grant hustle, I don't know if I coined it, but I definitely am going to be using it every day. But the thing is with this homeless home key, I'd like to first point out that I think it's kind of disgusting that Don Simone couldn't show up to the meeting last Thursday, but yet he jumped at the chance to write an op-ed column in the Mountain Democrat for the sole purpose of selling his failed program that will grant millions of dollars from the state and federal with strings attached, strings such as, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, injection sites, endless amounts of needles. I think one of the girls was bragging at the meeting last month. Heidel, you might not have seen it because you were in the back of the room chit-chatting, but she had bragged that they had given out 33,000 needles to people in El Dorado County, to drug users. So that means they also collected that many, if not more, which is disgusting. So we're going to continue to throw money at this program, Project Home Key, which really just prolongs the suffering of drug addicts and the mentally ill, which is a human rights violation. Absolutely. It's just inhumane to let people that are addicted to drugs and mentally ill continue to live on the streets in filth. Sending them up to Pollock Pines is only going to put them out of the eyes of the supervisors, since none of them live in Pollock Pines. They don't have to see it.
Public
So
comment
out of
at
sight,
2.5
out of mind.
minutes.
Pollock Pines is already suffering from a small town of high crimes, drugs. My suggestion is to maybe, and I might get shot up for this, but maybe keep the homeless program where it is, and buy the hotels around the Newtown camp and just start working from there. If we can't get this shelter in the sheriff's property, maybe move it there, but we have to do something, and moving them up to the hotel in Pollock Pines is not going to do anything but prolong suffering and continue the grant hustle that the Dons seem to love so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. Any other discussion by board members? Okay, so Kim, if you'd please read the exceptions we have.
Sure. Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 2 and 11 for discussion. Supervisor Novacell is registering a no vote on item number 5. The letter attached to item 5 has a revised street address. Continue item 38 to December 14th of 2021. There's a change to the title of item 50. Continue item 53 to February 22nd, 2022, and continue item 55 off calendar.
Very good.
I'll move.
Well, we have a motion.
I'll second. Okay, good. You got
Okay,
it.
your motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Supervisor Parlin seconded.
Motion, okay, all those opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. I think that was unanimous, right? Aye for everybody,
Aye, yeah.
just to make sure for clarity. All right.
No, we were just impressed how well Kim
Kim.
did on all that.
I was impressed too.
Nailed it.
Really good.
Yeah.
Top of your game today. That's good. All right, so with that, we probably should either take item 45 department matters or move on to the pulled items on consent. CAO, do you have a preference?
I would suggest we do item 45, since we have some a committee member doing that presentation, and the consent items can be handled at any time throughout the day.
Agreed. So Kim, if you'd read number 45, please.
Item 45 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board, acting as the governing board of the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, 1, receive a presentation by a representative of the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, and 2, receive and file the fiscal year 2020-21 In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and Advisory Committee Annual Report.
Very good. And Laura Walney is with us on Zoom. So Laura, I guess you have the lead in on this one.
Good morning. Thank you very
morning.
much. So I am Laura Walney. I'm the program manager for protective services in Health and Human Services Agency, working specifically with adult protective services and the in-home supportive services program. And today I am representing the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, as well as the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee. Our chair, Brian Lordson, sends his regrets at not being able to attend today's meeting. And this report is basically a summary of fiscal year 2021, the activities for both the public authority and the IHSS Advisory Committee. As you may recall, one of the public authority's primary missions is to provide assistance to IHSS recipients searching for providers by the establishment of a registry. Last year, public authority assisted with 79 matches between providers and recipients, and this is actually a decline from prior years. I do apologize. There was a mistake that I made on page 7 of the report that you have. The decline that we're showing is actually 32% decline between fiscal year 2019 and 2020, and then 18-19. During that time, the pandemic has certainly taken its toll on the public authority and the IHSS program with regard to our ability to have sufficient providers. And that is one of our priority issues in this coming year or the current year. There were 13 new providers added to the registry, which is the lowest number we've had in the last 5 years. For point of reference, it was 26 new registry providers in fiscal year 19-20 and 46 in fiscal year 18-19. So that kind of gives you a view, if you will, of what we're looking at with regard to the pandemic's impact. To kind of put it in a little bit more perspective, I'm going to talk for a second about the IHSS program overall in terms of our recipients. We have currently, as of, let's see, end of June 2021, so end of the fiscal year, 1,543 IHSS recipients in the county, which is about a 9% increase from the prior fiscal year and an approximate 30% increase in IHSS applications during the pandemic. So you see the disparity we have between the recipients and the applicants and the number of providers that are available. There were a total of 1,522 providers at the end of the fiscal year, as compared to 1,539 in the prior year. And 95 of that 1,522 were registry providers. The majority of the providers, which has been the same throughout history, are family members. About 68% are relatives, and the breakdown for that is about 4.5%, maybe 5% are spouses of the recipients, 37% are parent providers, and 26% are other relatives. About 26% of the providers consist of friends, neighbors, and other persons hired specifically to be providers for them, and then the remaining 95 are from the registry. There's an average of 184,562 hours worked in the IHSS program each month. The provider's wage rate is currently $14.50 per hour, and that increases to $15 per hour in January. During the last fiscal year, the IHSS Public Authority did maintain a small emergency backup provider list to be used specific to COVID in the event that someone was in need because either they or their provider were unable to meet their needs during a short period of time. We were able to maintain a list. It did shrink during the course of the pandemic because when we actually found the need a few times to reach out to individuals to ask if they would in fact go and provide services in these instances, I think a number of people had changed their mind at that time. So that is an ongoing challenge, but fortunately for us, we have not had that many situations where we've had to rely on the backup provider registry, and that is still an ongoing issue on a statewide level in terms of what is going to be put in place across the state to address the issue of backup providers. There have been some bills in the legislature, and it's still a pending issue statewide, but it is something that we are working on. One of the things that was a very big success during the pandemic was our ability to go ahead and function in an online world, specific to the provider enrollment process. Our program coordinator, Liz Peters, gets a significant degree of the credit for this. She has worked extensively on the development of our online platform for provider enrollment and has also worked extensively with Jump Technologies Bounds program, which is our web-based provider portal and data management system. She has been working to incorporate all of the features that we have from Prima, which is our individual proprietary software that we have been using for years. We're basically merging that within the Bounds system. And the benefit of the Bounds system is that it is web-based. So we do have access whenever we need it, which is huge with regard to the online world, teleworking, as well as provider access to the system. So one of our goals will be discontinuing use of Prima during the current fiscal year. Another area where Public Authority really excelled was in the conducting of 156 individual training sessions. The individual aspect of the work we do is critical. We are, by comparison, a small county, and the individualized client and provider focused approach is one that serves us very well. We have, as you know, a population that we work with who may have various cognitive or physical limitations that makes accessibility a very key part of what we do, and having access to our staff for those one-on-one training sessions is significant. So I'm very proud of the fact that our staff was able to maintain that following COVID protocols during this last fiscal year. It's one of our goals continuing, as I mentioned a little bit in terms of the pandemic, is to continue outreach efforts. That has been another challenge related to the pandemic. We still have South Lake Tahoe, Georgetown, and El Dorado Hills. Those are 3 areas of primary concentration for outreach. We have 1 vacancy in the program. As soon as we fill that vacancy, we will be back out in the community doing in-person recruitment for providers for the program, as well as sharing information for potential recipients of service. The In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee has been very busy this year. As you know, their mission is to support the development of the services that we do provide for individuals in their homes, to help maintain and support independent living, and to support the teaching and training for our providers on an ongoing basis. The advisory committee is structured to include 6 representatives of current or past recipients of home care services. And that's critical because you want to have a wide representation for the program. That is unfortunately also the area where we struggle the most with regard to vacancies. We are hopeful that we will be able to add to the committee membership this year 2 additional positions from a consumer perspective. That will also allow us to bring on 2 additional members that we have waiting in the wings, basically to join the committee. So as soon as we're able to move forward, we will do so. We did see a change in the committee in this year, and we want to share our appreciation for Ellen, who is Ellen of Advocates, who is our chair, or was our chair through September. She has served in the committee for a number of years, but she did voluntarily step down from the chair position this year and asked that we find a replacement, though she has remained on the committee. And in September, Brian Lordson was selected as the new chair of the committee. This has been an educational year for the committee, really focusing on a much more in-depth knowledge and understanding of the program, both from the recipient and the provider sides. Understanding of the program is critical so that the committee members can go ahead and advise us and make more appropriate recommendations for various policy and process changes that we make throughout the program during the course of any given year. And one other area that the committee has also worked in is much more specific to United Domestic Workers Union during this year. Committee members had the opportunity to meet with our new local leader for UDW to hear directly from the union how they fared during the pandemic, what their priorities were in the year ahead, and how we can go ahead and better work together and partner in the coming year. As a result of those efforts, UDW has actually returned to the meetings on a regular basis and will now continue their participation and do a quarterly presentation to the advisory committee. And that summarizes where we are at this time. Does anyone have any questions regarding either the IHSS Public Authority or the advisory committee?
Just a quick comment. I want to thank you for all your work you do and to the commission. It's invaluable work to be able to take care of those that need it most, especially during this time where in-home healthcare is just so critical and so difficult. So I really thank you for your job and thank the commission for all their work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd just like to echo Supervisor Novosels's comments. I have family members who are recipients of IHSS services. I also have family members that are providers. And so I've seen the good work my entire life and how very difficult it is on both sides to provide excellent service, but how critical it is to enable folks to live in their own homes and to be independent in their lives. It's just invaluable, difficult, critical work that is really transformative. And so appreciate all that you do to ensure that we have excellent care and service here in El Dorado County. And it is quite exemplary. So, well done.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? I have one, and that is that originally my hope was that there would be sufficient funding available through the American Rescue Plan Act to at least consider some kind of adjustment for IHSS in terms of showing our appreciation for all of the hard work, because during COVID, that had to double down the efforts that it took to take care of people in need in a constrained environment where, you know, the vaccines weren't available, et cetera. I know the strife that went on in terms of trying to figure out how you do that. And so my personal appreciation to all of our IHSS participants who've worked so hard to take care of the people that they're responsible for. And I just wish there was something we could do to recognize that with ARPA funds, but with twice the requests for funding as opposed to the funding that's available, I'm not sure that's a doable do, but that was original hope. And I just want to again thank everyone who's been involved in the program for all the great work they've been able to do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so not seeing anything else. Kim, if you would open this item up for the public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken from those first from participating in the boardroom and then those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Ken Greenwood, currently now District 3. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the services that are provided. My best friend was taking care of her mother, and it was an incredible burden on her for years. And and then with the so-called pandemic, if you will, it just made things harder, perhaps unnecessarily, but that's not the item before us. Anyway, and I spoke with my child at Thanksgiving to kind of prepare her for the inevitable dad losing it, if you will. I mean, let's face it, we're all going to die. There's nothing we can do about that one. But to do it with dignity, if you will, and sadly not be that homeless guy out there with no name. So yes, these programs are needed, and I appreciate that we are addressing this issue to an extent. It will never be fully addressed, just like, say, the homeless issue. But appreciate the effort put into it and the money thrown at it or used by it, or however you want to look at it. But the bottom line is that people in need to have those services. And I'm glad that we are trying our best to provide those services for our elderly and soon to be elderly people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so this was just a receive and file type of action. So with that, I think we're ready to move to our 9:30 a.m. time allocation. So Kim, if you would read number 48, please.
Item 48 comes from Health and Human Service Agency recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of revised and updated ordinance that allows participation in the health plan of San Joaquin Local Initiative Plan 2 plan, and 2, waive the full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to December 14th of 2021 for final passage, second reading.
Good morning, board. Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services. Hopefully this one will be pretty quick. On August 31st, your board approved in concept the transition to a 2-plan model with a public plan through the health plan of San Joaquin. And on October 12th and 19th, your board approved the introduction of and the final passage of Ordinance 5149 to allow participation in that public plan. On October 28th, the State Department of Healthcare Services reached out to us. And though they provided some support in the drafting of the ordinance, they wanted one additional sentence added to the ordinance. And that simple sentence is that the transition would be effective as of, the effective date of the county plan model change is January 1st, 2024. That's the only addition that they asked us to put into it. And so being such a minor change, the state allowed us to simply bring the ordinance back to them before December 31st. And though it is a minor change, it still falls within the protocols of having this board item today before you. So that's it.
Thank you, Daniel. Board comments or questions? Seeing none. Kim, if you'd open up for public input.
Now taking public comment on item number 48. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken from those first participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the room, and there's no public comment on Zoom.
I will move item 48.
Very good. The motion and second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that short activity there. So with that, I'm going to suggest we go to 46. So Kim, if you'd read number 46, please.
Item 46 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board acting as a governing board of the El Dorado County Public Housing Authority, PHA. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to acknowledge the El Dorado County PHA as a high-performing agency. 2, approve the 2021 update to the annual Public Housing Authority Administrative Plan. 3, authorize the chair to sign the accompanying PHA certifications. And 4, recognize the contribution of the Resident Advisory Board in assisting with the 2021 update to the administrative plan.
I hereby open the public hearing.
Hello, good morning. My name is Allie McMillan. I'm representing El Dorado County Health and Human Services on behalf of the Public Housing Authority, also known as the PHA. As you may know, the Public Housing Authority provides rental assistance to very low income residents in our county through the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which pays a portion of their rent to private landlords. The PHA is federally funded through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, and is as such is highly regulated with many rules and requirements. Public housing authorities are required to maintain an administrative plan for the voucher program and a 5-year plan. PHAs are required to update their administrative plan each year to incorporate any new state, federal laws or requirements, and so we bring this to you each year. We've provided you with copies of our 2021 PHA administrative plan updates. The document was also posted to the Public Housing Authority's public website, and notices were placed in local newspapers regarding the plan updates and the public hearing. Additionally, our PHA staff provided an opportunity for the Resident Advisory Board to come forward to provide their own comments and advisory, and no comments were made or requests for change. At this time, we have not received any feedback from members of the public. So adoption of the resolution before you and completion of the action items associated with it will allow our Public Housing Authority to be in compliance with HUD and all requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ally. So any comments or questions from board members?
Lots of red lines. Awesome.
I would like to just recognize number 4 in here, which is recognize the contribution of the Resident Advisory Board. If you have advisory boards who are volunteers, I want to make sure that we emphasize our appreciation from the Board of Supervisors for those people who participate at that level in helping us navigate through these things and get to the right conclusion. So I'll just add that. And Kim, if you'd please open it up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 46. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment from the board.
Oh, there's one, looks like.
Good morning, board. Merry Christmas to you all. And to me as well, Jonathan Gainsborough. To speak about the Public Housing Authority, as I read even the brief synopsis, if there's more detail when you go beyond what's written in the agenda here, it speaks about a high performance agency. And some of the wording there is also the emergency housing vouchers. We seem to have slipped into a malaise here the last 8 or 10 years to have let public housing and health and human services turn the head to the lack of much less a year-long homeless navigation center, as evidenced by the Placerville mayor stating a month or two ago, we realize, but does the Board of Supervisors realize, does the Public Housing Agency in the county realize, and does Health and Human Resources realize that we are 10 or 15 years? I know it's hard to hear. I actually don't want to be here speaking this. I would rather read you words from Christmas carols, or at least something about a little child is out shivering in the night, but he will bring us goodness and light. But we have slipped somehow to thinking that emergency housing vouchers, and it's good that we're doing some rent supplementation. What is my time?
2 minutes.
Okay. What we're doing is not enough. How do we get that across? We're all going to die. Actually, Jesus said that God is the God of the living and not the dead. So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are not dead. He said, you falsely read the scriptures, but we won't go there for the moment. We're all going to go into eternity and stand before God. The atheists, the strong believers, the pastors, the evangelists, the faithful attenders, we're all going to stand before God. But Jesus said, inasmuch as you do it or don't do it, to the least of these, my brethren. Emergency vouchers are not enough. Rent supplementation is not enough. We've got 500 people on the Western Slope, and now we're kicking the can down the road for your brave statement to get Health and Human Services to move toward a year-round
Public comment at 3 minutes.
navigation center and a homeless emergency portion of it. So people were out in the cold last night. People will freeze to death this winter. And for the Public Housing Agency, I'm speaking up for the citizens of El Dorado County. We cannot keep on turning the head and the eye to ignore this human need for addiction, for mental illness, and for the 500 Western Slope homeless.
Thank you,
that
Jonathan.
are looking to you for a shelter and to Health and Human Services this winter. I know it's hard to hear. Yes, my voice is sharp. You don't want to hear it, and I don't
Thank
want
you,
to say it.
Jonathan.
Let's do something this winter. God bless you.
Yep.
There's no additional public comment from the boardroom or through Zoom.
Okay, so just ask staff if they have any response to the one public comment we heard, and you're not required to obviously make any statements or comments. So, all right, seeing none, then we'll bring it back to the board for action. I'll close the public hearing.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yep.
I'll move to approve it.
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that. And I think we can either take 47. Is that going to be too long?
Mr. Chair, our assessor has some, he wasn't aware this item was to be pulled, so if we could get item number 2 done. if
Okay,
that'd be
so we'll
possible.
move to pulled item number 2. Kim, if you'd read that, please.
Item number 2 comes from the assessor's office, recommending the board approve and authorize the purchasing agent to sign lease agreement with Metro List Services for access to Metro's List multiple listing services database containing real property listings for the use in determining the value of real property located in El Dorado County.
Okay.
This item was pulled by Supervisor Turnbull, so I'll
Yeah, so
turn it over
please
to him.
explain the purpose here.
The biggest issue is people have their privacy and they wanted to know, they have concerns because they feel like their rights will be waived. And especially when they're talking about some of the issues that has happened, on these homes and stuff like that, especially when it comes to appraisals and stuff. So, and they don't want their information out there, and that's what they're concerned about. So that's the reason why I pulled it, so that way that he could actually clarify it. Because it did get brought up at taxpayers the other day. And I think there was a person that clarified it, but I'd like to see it.
I clarified it at taxpayers.
I know you did. I didn't want to say that, but that's okay. So I'd just like to have, our assessor clarify it so people understand it.
Okay, Carl, are you on with us? I'm looking to see.
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, you're coming through fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our agreement with Metro List has been in place since about 2012. The information that we obtained from that really helps us understand the nature of the real estate transaction and do a better job of serving the public in providing fair and impartial assessments. The attachment to the board item contains the certification by all of the appraisal staff that have access to Metro List, recognizing and obligating themselves to maintain the confidentiality of that information. It is kept strictly confidential. The access is limited to only those appraisers who need the information. And in the 9 or so years that we've had this contract, we have never had an issue with the confidentiality. There are, I think the majority of assessors in the state of California use this information because it just helps us better serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Carl, for clarifying that. I think people needed to understand that a little bit more and they had concerns. So thank you very much.
Okay, any other board comments, questions? Kim, if you'd open up for public input, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 2. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, also involved with the Taxpayers Association. As you know, I've talked about this before. I break the agenda forward. I go through the agenda at the taxpayers meeting. We go through and there was discussion about this item too. It was related to what you already have talked about this morning. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, for having this moment. I believe the assessor has done an adequate job of explaining exactly what we've had since 2012 and then what we will have going forward. As far as I'm concerned, in knowing county government as much as I do, I feel comfortable that the questions have been answered, at least those answers have been given. But there's still that, as you know, that question of risk associated with the public allowing or at least knowing that you're going to take this action today. And we got to be extra careful, as the assessor said, in making sure only the appropriate people can see this information. And it's not disseminated in any way, even indirectly disseminated in any way. And as long as we have that understanding, as I'm trying to reach today with you as being public comment, then I think we're going to be okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so back to the
Yeah,
board.
I'll make a motion that we move this item.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Number 2 then is approved unanimously. And with that, we are at our 10 a.m. time allocation. So Kim, if you would please read number 49.
Item 49 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, receive the workshop information on the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's Project Impact Assessment Guidelines, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's Project Impact Assessment Guidelines.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors, and I'm Natalie Porter with the Department of Transportation, and we're here this morning for an informational workshop from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agencies on their Project Impact Assessment Guidelines for implementation of SB 743, so really long title, and wanting you to approve a resolution adopting their guidelines and their criteria for the Tahoe Basin. So the Department of Transportation, you've seen me here the last couple of years multiple times talking about Senate Bill 743, which changed the metrics for transportation impacts from level of service to vehicle miles traveled. That's obviously concerning for a mostly rural county. But it's the law, so we had to adopt some resolutions. So the board did adopt resolutions 141-2020 and 88-2021 that set the guidelines and criteria for land use projects and transportation projects respectively. But we decide what we knew we needed to address the SB 743 requirements in the unincorporated portion of the Tahoe Basin. We don't have in those areas very many development projects, and we don't have the travel demand model up in the Tahoe Basin. However, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency does, and they were created as the Regional Environmental Planning Agency for the basin, and they have generated their Project Impact Assessment Guidelines, or their PIA, and also a tool for evaluating VMT impacts to the transportation network by proposed projects. So we have Melanie Sloan with us on Zoom to explain any differences between their guidelines and what OPR suggests, and to kind of give you a description of the assessment tool. So I'll turn it over to Melanie, and if you have any questions, I'll be here and she'll be there to answer them.
Welcome, Melanie.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Natalie, for the introduction. I am participating virtually. I am up at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency offices, but submitted my presentation. And so believe someone will be walking through the slides for me. Because of the format, I can't actually see the screen to see if my presentation is up. So if someone could let me know.
It's not up yet, Melanie. Just pause,
Okay.
please. We're trying to
Sure
get it
thing.
up.
Will do.
Okay, we have it up now, so you can proceed.
Great. I can see that. Thank you so much. Again, Melanie Sloan, Senior Transportation Planner with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, here to talk about TRPA's Project Impact Assessment process and what we now call the mobility mitigation fee, from the policy to that implementation and evaluation tool Natalie referenced. So as was told in my introduction, we recently updated our project impact assessment process for transportation, and we transitioned from evaluating a project's impact using average daily trips to vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. Next slide, please. The update that we provided was to align our project impact assessment process with a new environmental threshold standard that TRPA had adopted. It's based on per capita VMT, vehicle miles traveled. We also updated our 2020 regional transportation plan, But we also know California jurisdictions like El Dorado County were updating their project impact assessment to comply with SB 743. That's that replacement of level of service that Natalie mentioned with vehicle miles traveled. And so our approach was to make sure that how we evaluate projects aligned and connected with all of those other elements that were occurring at the same time. I just want to note that we are in the process of updating our mitigation fee. It was an air quality mitigation fee based on trips. We renamed it to be mobility mitigation fee based on vehicle miles traveled. And that final update is going to our governing board on December 15th. Next slide, please. So this graphic helps to explain the difference between the prior and the current system for project impact assessment. And it's the same for TRPA as it is under SB 743. And it is essentially just saying that, when you evaluate a project using vehicle miles traveled or VMT, you're really recognizing that location matters for development. And because location influences the choices available to people to get around and the distance they drive when they choose to get around by car. And shorter trip lengths in Tahoe occur in and near to what we call our town and regional centers, where we have mixes of land uses, destinations, as well as transportation options like transit and bike paths. And so conversely, more remote areas, perhaps in our unincorporated areas, there are less alternatives to the car. And so vehicle trips and longer vehicle trips might be needed. And the project impact assessment previously treated all of those trips the same. But with the updated project impact assessment process, we recognize that trip lengths do matter. And that links back to that environmental threshold I mentioned and our RTP or regional transportation plan approach. And I just want to clarify, so in the project impact assessment process that TRPA uses, because of our boundary of being, the basin and in, when we evaluate a project, we do so using in-basin trip lengths only. And then that's a bit different than what CEQA does for your California jurisdictions. That's requiring to use full trip lengths to evaluate a project's vehicle miles traveled. So that's one difference I want to note between our two systems. Next slide, please. So this framework, it just provides a pretty simplified approach to what the project impact assessment process is. The components are similar between the two, both California and TRPA. And there are three main elements. The first are screening criteria, and that's how we think about pinpointing what types of projects are of a size or in a location like our town and regional centers that may require more detailed review or more types of mitigations to reduce their vehicle miles traveled impact. The second element in CEQA and in your framework is called thresholds of significance. But as I mentioned, we also use a similar word, environmental threshold standards. So when we developed our framework, we mean the same thing, but we use what's called a standard of significance. And so the standard of significance is, and as with the threshold of significance, it's a bit wonky, but it has a very simple function, and that's to define the expectations for a project that doesn't meet screening criteria. And these expectations are based on what land use type it is. And then the last piece are the mitigations. That's how we ensure projects are contributing to reducing vehicle miles traveled. And in our case, the implementation of that new threshold standard using vehicle miles traveled. And we're making sure that happens at the project level. So in our system, projects mitigate by paying the mobility mitigation fee. I mentioned we renamed that air quality mitigation fee, and we're in the process of updating the fee rate. So projects pay that, but projects that don't screen and then don't meet the defined expectations or those standards of significance for TRPA or thresholds of significance for CEQA, is how you might think of that. They have to do more at the project level. And at project level are those mitigations. So next slide, please. Just to briefly go through each of those components, which you may be familiar with because I know you've been advancing CEQA SB 743 compliance in your West Slope, but I'll just skip through these pretty quickly. So our screening criteria, it doesn't mean that a project is exempt. That screening typically means that in the CEQA world. In TRPA's process, it just means if a project meets screening, it's not required to do additional analysis. It would be required to mitigate by paying that mobility mitigation fee. And that screening level can be considered that line, below which they're paying the fee and above which they're paying the fee and perhaps doing more. And we set up our screening criteria to recognize the location of the project matters. And that's because, again, those transportation options, those destinations are in our town and regional centers. And then our regional transportation plan is focused on, filling out transportation options and connecting those. Now, historically, TRPA, when we were using an average daily trip approach, had a standard for screening, and that was set at 200 average daily trips. And we retained that screen, continuing our historic approach, but we applied that for those town and regional centers and a half-mile buffer around them. And then we translated it to vehicle miles traveled, because the new system is all about vehicle miles traveled and no longer about trips. So we took the 200 average daily trip screen, we multiplied it by the average regional trip length, 6.53, and came to a screening level of 1,300 vehicle miles traveled. That's average daily vehicle miles traveled, again, using in-basin trip lengths. Now, the guidance from OPR for CEQA implementation offered an option to screen projects in transit corridors. And their definition included major transit stops and high quality transit corridors. And neither of those by definition exists in Tahoe. However, as I mentioned, our regional plan, our regional transportation plan developed this concept of town and regional centers and the mix of land uses and transportation options to and between them. And so we really feel that this screen at that town and regional center meets the recommendation from that OPR guidance. Now, when it's not within a town and regional center or within a half-mile buffer of them, a project is held to a different screening limit, and that's 715 average daily VMT, again, using in-basin trip lengths only. That does align with recommendation around SB 743, which suggested using a 110 average daily trip for a screening level. We translated that again to vehicle miles traveled. That's the focus of our project impact assessment and all of those other connecting policies and plans. Next slide, please. So standards of significance. This again, CEQA calls it thresholds. We call it standards of significance. That's that defined expectation. And so if a project is not screened, and they are then evaluated by their land use type against this defined expectation. We set these at the sub-regional level, which in Tahoe means at the jurisdiction level. And that was in order to promote development in the most efficient areas within each of our jurisdictions. Now, within the process of our project impact assessment and with these standards, there's really like a three-tiered approach. And the first is what I described, the smaller, less complex projects. They meet the screening criteria, and so they pay that mobility mitigation fee. Projects that maybe aren't as small, don't meet that screen. They get evaluation, and they might meet these defined expectations. They might be of the size and type and in the location where they meet those expectations. And if they do so, they also pay the mobility mitigation fee and move through the permitting process. But for projects that are larger or more complex and they don't meet the screening criteria, and they also don't meet our defined expectations, they pay the fee, but then they are also expected to do more at the project level through mitigation strategies. Next slide, please. And so the mitigation strategies, that's where they're doing more at the project level. These things range, they have by definition demonstrated potential to reduce vehicle miles traveled from the project. And in doing more, these projects will then perform better than existing similar on-the-ground development. And that is the goal of the CEQA SB 743 approach, but it's also the goal for TRPA of its new environmental threshold standard and reducing average daily VMT. And so it's the project's approach to implementing that standard at the project level. Next slide, please. So TRPA staff, as Natalie mentioned, developed an online project impact assessment tool for use by TRPA staff, local jurisdiction staff, the development community, really anyone. It can be used at any stage of the development process, from idea all the way through the application process. This is a screenshot from that tool focused on the Myers Town Center within El Dorado County, within the Tahoe Basin. The tool currently uses in-basin trip links, but it can be modified to include full trip links, that CEQA requirement, and so could calculate VMT for California jurisdictions in Tahoe for that SB 743 compliance. Now, while this is a zoomed in screenshot, what it's really reflecting is we have a town center. You'll see it's outlined in blue, and you'll also see underlying that are various what we call zones. And this is based on underlying vehicle miles traveled data directly from TRPA's travel demand model. And so the blue shows where VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, is lower. That's that most efficient area in El Dorado County. And so a project here would be evaluated based on its size and type and that underlying VMT, and then calculated to determine if it met that screening criteria. Screenshot before you is a made up example of a 35 unit multifamily residential development in that town center within Myers. And you can see at the bottom of the screen, the tool calculates its average daily VMT, determines it's less than 1,300. And so this project meets the screening criteria in that case. If it was above that 1,300 screening criteria, not shown here, but there are options for applying mitigation strategies and other adjustments for an applicant to determine, or a jurisdictional staff member to determine, modifications to achieve the goals. So next slide, that concludes my presentation on the updated project impact assessment process and tool, and I'm happy to field any questions.
Questions or comments from board members? Good. Wendy.
Good morning, Melanie. And thank you for that helpful description of what's going on in the Tahoe Basin in regards to this issue. I do have just a quick question. What is the process for determining the road user charge? And how would that adjustment be made? Because gas tax fluctuates. So help me understand that component a little more.
I'm not as familiar with the road user charge. Are you referencing the mobility mitigation fee? Which was the air quality mitigation fee?
The current fee structure there.
Yes. So
Okay.
I guess, yeah, in terms of how the fee regarding vehicles miles traveled, how will that be assessed and changed? What's the process of, increasing that? Yeah, mitigation fee. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
You
So
bet.
as I mentioned, we had an air quality mitigation fee in place that as new development and redevelopment projects came forward, were evaluated based on how many average daily trips they produced. In this case, we are doing something similar, but instead of stopping at trips, we're also accounting for the trip lengths of that new development project. And so we calculate the vehicle miles traveled. The air quality mitigation fee was renamed to the mobility mitigation fee and translated to calculate using vehicle miles traveled. So in the case of a new project, it would calculate its vehicle miles traveled. It can use the tool to do that. If it's a complex project or for other reasons is using a consulting firm, they can also calculate outside of the tool. And once you have your vehicle miles traveled, your net vehicle miles traveled, then you apply the mobility mitigation fee rate, and that's you result in the fee due for that project. And I said net there because in Tahoe, quite a lot of development is actually redevelopment. And so we are looking at the change in vehicle miles traveled of a project. So if there was an existing use and it was being changed to a new use, we would calculate vehicle miles traveled for the existing use and the new use, and the net change would be the VMT or the vehicle miles traveled and the basis for calculating that fee. Similarly, if we have a project that applies mitigation strategies because they're required to, or perhaps they want to reduce their vehicle miles traveled, that would also translate into lower vehicle miles traveled and then therefore a lower fee.
All right.
You know,
Thank
I
you.
have a question.
Just very briefly, just thank you for helping me think through that. So I just wanted to understand that all that is done at the local level, that local jurisdictions have the discretion to, they're in charge of how that is carried out at a local level rather than a state dictating what that fee is going to be on development.
Correct. So the mobility
Okay.
mitigation fee I'm mentioning is adopted by our governing board, and we're in the process of updating that fee rate to reflect project costs and appropriate for vehicle miles traveled projections. But it is set. We have a fee rate. El Dorado County could have its own fee rate. For example, Placer County on our North Shore has a transportation fee that they are transitioning to be based on vehicle miles traveled as well. So it is regionally for us, but local jurisdiction also has that discretion.
Thank you for clarifying. Always a big believer in as much local control as we possibly can. Thank you.
George.
One of the questions I got to ask you, you're doing an estimate on the mileage, basically calculating the miles and stuff that people put on vehicles and stuff. To me, it's not really accurate because there is no smog requirements that are in Tahoe right now compared to it is in Placerville and stuff, where they have to have their vehicles smogged every 2 years, which you get an accurate amount of the miles because that miles is turned into the state database. So how are you basing the miles and calculating the miles when you really don't know what is really put on and how much that person really drives? You're just estimating how many miles are putting on the vehicles. It's not a really accurate information to me. And that's one of the drawbacks that I see on this is you're estimating the miles and it's not accurate because that database has also turned in the insurance companies and stuff through the state of California, and insurance companies have that estimated miles. So they know how many miles are put on the car, especially when people calculate less than what they really put on. So that's one of my questions to you. How can you really estimate how many miles are put on a vehicle per year when you don't have that information?
Okay, thanks for that question, George. I think it's important to understand the underlying data and how these are calculated. So the purpose of the evaluation of a project is to understand what that average daily vehicle miles traveled is from that land use in that particular location. So, a new coffee shop in Myerstown Center, what's the average daily VMT impact that coffee shop will have in our region? And so that's what it's trying to find out, not how many miles each individual customer drove to get there. But to that end, the way we determine the vehicle miles traveled is from our regional transportation model. That transportation model was recently updated and it went through a pretty rigorous and open process to update the data. Some of that is based on actual and observed data, some is assumptions, but we also took some very real data using cell phone and geolocation devices like your navigation systems on your cars to calibrate both the observed data and the assumptions. And so while we can't say exactly what each customer's trip length is, we have a pretty high degree of confidence in the model data and the average VMT that's used to calculate projects that was showing up in that multicolored map I shared with the different zones.
So I have a question. Is there anything in the current methodology that treats multifamily different than single family residential? I mean, a project comes in, are the VMT fees adjusted based upon kind of a density factor for the multifamily versus single family?
That's a great question. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
John Heidel, I'm chair of the board. Sorry, Melanie.
So, no, I recognize the voice, but I hadn't been tracking the name. So thanks, John. John, that's a great question. And I know it's something in your current West Slope approach to evaluating projects you do. We have just one approach, both in VMT calculation and fee calculation for residential. And so we do not have any factors adjusting for whether it's multifamily or single family. Part of the reason for that is concurrent to our update, we have a region-wide housing initiative that is underway, and they are looking at a variety of aspects of residential development in the region and are making recommendations as they move through their work on updates perhaps to policy or code, fees, and so forth. And so the size of the development, size of the unit is something that they're considering but haven't brought forward yet. Because that's a much more comprehensive process, we are deferring in some sense to them. And when they come forward with their recommendations, we can modify our system based on the data and guidance from that. One thing I do want to say that I didn't mention in my presentation is about affordable, moderate, and achievable housing. That often comes through in a multifamily development. So your question prompted me, and so I appreciate you bringing this up for that as well. So one thing that housing initiative is very much focused on are those 3 tiers of housing: affordable, moderate, and achievable. And those definitions match typically federal definitions and are included in our code, which I can provide if you want to read how those are specifically defined. But that initiative has identified those 3 types of housing as being needed and are working and with a certain focus on those as well in their work. So we put forward a recommendation to screen deed restricted, affordable, moderate, and achievable housing when it's located within an area that's eligible for residential bonus units. That's a land use aspect to development in Tahoe. So we have a specific screen in addition to the town and regional center screen at 1,300 VMT and the everywhere else 715 VMT I mentioned. So we do have a screening for that. And we are recommending to the governing board on December 15th that we actually waive the mobility mitigation fee for those projects as well. And we made the decision both to screen and move forward with that waiver, not just because of the housing initiative and guidance out of California focused on affordable housing, but also because we have some data, which I can link to in some of the documentation we brought forward when this update was being created, that links VMT with incomes. And as household income decreases, so does the vehicle miles traveled generated.
Thank you. Then the other question is accessory dwelling units, which obviously is a thing that the county is promoting in terms of providing more affordable housing. Is there any consideration on the VMT charges relative to ADUs?
So great follow-up question, because we are focusing on ADUs, and that's one of the housing initiative recommendations coming forward, as well as you mentioned California regulation around that. So our accessory dwelling units are treated like a single family residential unit, unless it's deed restricted in that area eligible for residential bonus units.
Okay, understand. So it is quite a bit different, obviously West Slope versus within the Tahoe Basin and TRPA's authority. So thank you for that explanation. Appreciate that. Yeah, I understand. It's over the divide, or whatever we call it these days, right? Over the summit.
Don't think it's so different. Don't think it's so different, but it is a different world. It really, your point is well made. We do have some direction that's different. And I will say, through our project impact assessment process, and today the interest is trying to provide a system that works and can streamline for both El Dorado County and TRPA's needs, and for staff and development community as well.
Very good. So I think, Kim, we're ready to open up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 49. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, and also a former transportation engineer here in the county. My question is there ability to get VMT credits. In some environmental impacts, credits are available. They can be purchased. They can be traded in terms of one type of a project for another. I mean, there's a lot of different approaches to credits. And so I know we're speaking about South Lake Tahoe unincorporated at this point, but on a broader perspective, I was wondering if staff could speak to that because I think it might be an interesting point to be brought up. That's my opinion, obviously. Chris Payne, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris, just one correction. It's not just South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, which goes up the west shore to Tahoma. So it's not just the South Shore.
So she would also be responsible for that area?
That's correct. TRPA is responsible for the entire basin, and El Dorado County goes up to the west slope. So
thank you for that clarity, Supervisor.
West Shore, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the clarity as well. El Dorado County is a big.
So Melanie, we're going to take all the public comment and then we'll allow you to respond so that we can kind of collect everything at once. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Back to you, Melanie.
My apologies, and thanks everyone for coaching me through this. This is my first time presenting to the board, so I thank you for gently guiding me. Chris, thank you so much for your comments. I think it's always great to meet another professional in these environments, and so I love how deeply you're thinking about it. As far as credits within the TRPA project impact assessment process, those VMT mitigation strategies I mentioned are a mechanism by which a project can reduce their vehicle miles traveled. And so in some sense, it's an applied credit. Sometimes that's required if they don't meet the screening criteria or those defined expectations, we'd require them to reduce their VMT. But there's also the opportunity for a development to apply these voluntarily to reduce their vehicle miles traveled. So that's one sense. But the bigger sense I think you're talking to is like a credit system or a bank of some kind, where there's this ability to trade or to contribute towards perhaps a more regionally focused vehicle miles traveled reduction program, like a transit system or a larger bicycle and pedestrian path or something to that effect. It is something that's being talked about in the vehicle miles traveled world, which is fairly new, and California is leading the way on that. So we're learning and developing as we go. For example, the city of Los Angeles advanced some work to consider a VMT credit program that projects can contribute to reduce their vehicle miles traveled impact. And here in Tahoe and in California, Placer County is also looking in their east slope at developing a vehicle miles traveled credit program. They're updating their Tahoe transportation fee is what they call it. And their Nexus study was recently made public as part of that process. It has some great information on how to evaluate and calculate VMT reduction potential of their capital plan. So if you are like me and a little bit of a geek on transportation, you can certainly find that on the Placer County webpage and see a bit more about that. So we knew Placer County was doing that work. And so when we were developing our code changes and developing our project impact assessment process, we inserted language to recognize those vehicle miles traveled credit programs if and when they exist. So the mechanism is in place in our impact assessment process to have that be in place in our jurisdictions and have that be recognized in our impact assessment evaluation.
Supervisor Heidel, Woody DeLora has his hand up.
Okay, Woody, please provide your comments or question.
Thank you, Chair Heidel. Sorry, I missed the public comment. I thought I had my hand raised, but I neglected to do so. I just want to applaud Natalie and the DOT staff for navigating implementation of SB 743 and the requirements for using VMT as this new metric. It is very complex. And to Mr. Payne's point regarding VMT mitigation banks, on the west slope, we are looking at a regional mitigation concept, a mitigation bank concept for the greater Sacramento region. I think a well-crafted VMT mitigation bank really would allow for those projects in the more urbanized area that have a significant benefit to VMT reduction could help offset or fully pay for mitigation elsewhere. So the projects that we would be looking at barely move the needle on VMT. So that mitigation bank concept, I think, is something the region is very closely looking at. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Woody. Okay, Natalie, any additional comments you'd like to make at this point before we bring it back to the board?
I just want to thank Melanie for all her hard work on this, and also the documents she was referring to with household income, and VMT. They are attached to your Legistar. They're attachments F and G. If you wanted to take a look at that, there's a lot of information in there.
Very good. Thank you, Natalie.
I had a question for Natalie.
Okay.
Before you sit down. The VMT credit that Melanie was talking about, that sounds very interesting. Is that something we're looking into?
Well, we're like Woody had said, we're looking kind of on a regional basis, and then seeing how, because one of the things we participate in is the local area working group with SACOG to look at on a regional level how we implement SB 743. And one of the kind of projects that we're all looking at is how can we come up with this regional bank, or to have a regional infrastructure potential to mitigate projects. And especially for like El Dorado County or Placer County, when we're on the outskirts, there aren't a whole lot of opportunities in the more rural regions to mitigate. And as Woody said, if we are able to contribute to a regional bank, it could provide funding for these types of projects that would have a big impact on VMT reduction. So out of that whole study, SACOG hasn't was looking for funding, and they didn't get the grant for it, but they were looking for a process for all the local jurisdictions in case they wanted to do a local jurisdiction type bank and then have a regional one. So there is some documentation out there that kind of gives you the steps that you could do to do it. And we were kind of hoping that SACOG would get that grant so that it would be kind of an easy thing to just kind of pick it up and do it, versus now we have to look, we can look at the documentation that they have and just see how it applies to El Dorado County on its own. So it's something that, since they didn't get that grant, unfortunately, it's a little bit more work for our local agency, but we're definitely looking at it because we know we have very few options.
Well, and isn't SACOG mostly West Slope? If we're talking about just the Tahoe Basin, which is what we're talking about today, is there a possibility for us to get in on a similar to what Placer's doing just for the Tahoe Basin for now?
Yeah, the thing with Placer County, that they have a lot of development going on. We don't have a whole lot of projects that we could then spread the costs to, right, for the unincorporated area, versus Placer County has some very large significant projects going on that they have the opportunity to collect money.
Right, I'll remind the board, they don't have an incorporated city up on the North Shore, so
Right.
they do all the big projects. Whereas the city of South Lake Tahoe, do they have a bank yet? Do you know?
No, I don't, no. I think that there might be something that they're looking at, but I don't think they're at that point yet.
Perhaps at some time when they get to that point, we can talk with them and piggyback with them on that, because then we don't have a lot of projects,
Right.
South Shore or West Slope.
Like
but-
she said, they're mostly redevelopment projects, so it's not, we don't have a whole lot of anything new going in.
But yet it's still something, it's just another, piece of.
Right. So it's another piece of the puzzle as we go along that will hopefully be able to get a little bit more documentation so that we can create something in case we get a project.
Yeah, you never know. And, in the city, we've been working with the city on projects. So at some point in
that's an
time, if we have,
opportunity, I think.
I think it could be an opportunity, especially if we work together with them. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question for Natalie really quick.
Go ahead.
You referenced the attachments F and G, which I thought were very readable. And had a lot of statistical data about where to put things. And that's applicable to everywhere, not just the Tahoe
Yes.
Basin, correct? So I can use that as a reference when
Yes, I
we
believe
do
so.
VMT. It seemed like it was very general data about where to put projects and
Right.
incomes and,
Yes.
It was really easy to read, just in case anybody's bored. Need
Yeah.
some reading to do. It was great. Very well
Or
done.
if you need to fall asleep.
Yeah.
And I'll just comment, there is a lot of development on the other side of state line. But it's not on the California side, so we're gonna ignore that for now. So, thank you, Natalie.
And Melanie, I just have to say, your presentation day was excellent. And being your first time in front of the board, you hit it out of the park.
Okay, so back to the board for action. On
Sorry.
49, yep.
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
All right. A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Very good. And I think we can either, at this point, take 47 or 11.
Let's do 11 first, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Kim, if you would read number 11, the pulled item, please.
Item 11 comes from the Chief Administrative Office Facilities Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, make findings pursuant to Article 2, Section 210B, subsection 6 of the El Dorado County Charter that independent contractors can more economically and feasibly perform the work under this agreement than county employees. And 2, authorize the purchasing agent to sign agreement for services with WW Granger in the amount of not to exceed $139,946 for a 1-year term to provide facility condition assessment services.
Thank you. I pulled this because I don't have a problem with the contract. I was having a question. This happened 10 years ago when we did this Banner project study that the 56-acre buildings were not included, and they do have there is some information there, especially as we're going forward with a new lease agreement, possibly with the city, to have that information on what those buildings are like. They are on our property, and senior center especially is considered county building, that I would like us to see if we can either do a new contract or a different contract or do something where we could include that, at least that building, if not all the buildings on there, just as a study to make sure we understand as we move forward with the city, what those buildings, what their worth is and what we're talking about when we're doing a negotiation. Is that reasonable? I don't see Russ here, and I'm sorry, I didn't get a hold of Russ, so I didn't.
Laura's online.
Yeah. Oh, we have Laura.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
Laura,
Laura's
I'm
here.
sorry, I
Laura's
didn't
here.
see you
Laura's
there.
here.
Hi, Laura. Sorry.
That's okay. Sorry, I probably should have ran over there. So this particular contract is specific to we're trying to get our new asset management system up and running. And so this assessment is really going to help us get all of that information into the asset management system. Since we don't maintain that building, that's why we didn't include it in the list, because it is the responsibility of South Lake Tahoe, of the city, to maintain that building. If the board wishes for us to excuse me, go forward with an assessment of that building, I would suggest that we just go ahead and try and do a separate contract versus amending this one.
You know, I would suggest, because unfortunately, we've had issues with the maintenance, and that has been a big issue, and it is a bone of contention with us dealing with the city moving forward. So I would hope that we could, get another contract, make sure we can take care of that, because that building in particular is going to be a conversation that we have with the city as we move forward with our new lease. Thank you, though. But I do agree with the rest. That makes sense. And I appreciate you doing this every 10 years. It's a good way to have a heads up on where our buildings are, where they're, how close they are getting to needing to be replaced. So thank you.
Actually, I have a question on that. Could that be a separate motion today, or would that be a separate board item that would have to be brought back?
It's got to be back agendized for that, I believe.
I thought so, but I just had to ask.
Comment.
And I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just do want to make sure we do recommend that somehow staff do a recommendation to staff, I would imagine. Would be
Okay.
proper.
I'm taking this as direction from you, and the timing's actually perfect, because in January, both the county and the city staff will be bringing the 56-acre MOU back to you.
Right.
So the timing should line up well. So I hear you, and we can do that.
Very good.
Second amendment.
Thank you.
And more than likely, we probably won't need to bring the contract to board, because I imagine this will be a low dollar amount and within the purchasing agent's authority.
Yeah, as long as we have a recommendation to move your staff forward, that'd be great.
Yep. Excellent. So seeing no more comments or questions from board members, Kim, if you don't want for public input.
Now taking public comment on item number 11. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood, apparently now District 3. Apparently, there's still room for
That's not
discussion.
decided
Not yet.
Not decided.
Please
yet.
make your
I
comment.
know, I'm anxious. I'm anxiously waiting, and this caught my eye, simply because back in the day when I was a boy, as my father used to say, say 20 years ago or more, our union would have been asking a question right about now at the public hearing as to, can we really farm this out? And I don't see any discussion of this either on the agenda item, and there's not a lot of backup material for this one particularly. Not sure that really matters for me for my comments right now, but it is interesting to see how times have changed because the union would have generally been up before the board suggesting that this probably coulda, shoulda, woulda, if you will, been done by county staff, but we're displacing that and putting people out of work, et cetera, that would normally be our members. But I just find it kind of interesting that as time has gone on, we see that they're not as involved. But I also recognize that there's always going to be somebody who can do it for less, but can they do it better? And that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
So any staff comments or response to that? All right, seeing none.
I'd like to go ahead and move the item with the addition of directing staff to, I don't know how to word it, but to
I would say
move forward
to
with
direct staff to execute a contract or return to the board if it exceeds a purchasing agent's authority to do an assessment of the county buildings on the 56 acres.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Well stated. We got a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This has been a regular theme here. Wow, okay. Now, I think 47 is probably the next thing we want to take on. Kim, if you would read that, please. Okay, so we want to take a short break. All right, 5-minute break. Does that work for everybody? All right,
I hate to jinx this.
that's okay. That's okay. No, we'll take a 5-minute break and the board will be back to do item 47. Okay, so we are back from our brief break and we will now hear item 47. So Kim, if you would read 47.
Items 47 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint 2 members to the fiscal year 2022-23 Budget Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CIO. This is something we do every year. It's amazing. It's already that time to start talking about the 22-23 budget cycle. So the board is aware the staff kickoff for the 22-23 budget cycle starts tomorrow with our department representatives and everything. So we a few years ago, this county implemented a budget ad hoc committee, and from my perspective, it's worked well in navigating the process and keeping a couple board members up to date. It is 100% your discretion of who to appoint to this ad hoc committee. Historically, we try to have it be the chair and the vice chair. That's worked well also from my perspective. There was one year we deviated from that, but that was because a board member was terming out and we wanted some continuity the following year. That's not the case this year at all. And that's assuming the chair and vice chair holds to the normal patterns, which you won't decide until January. I recognize that, but we need to bring this item forward now so we can start getting those meetings scheduled. So I'll answer any questions you may have and turn it over to you for your decision.
Thank you for that explanation. I think most of us are familiar with this process. So any additional comments from board members? Okay, Kim, if you would open this up for public comment then, please.
Now taking public comment on item 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment in the boardroom. And now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Very good. So back to the board. The motion.
Well, who's the?
So when we do this, you want names, not positions, I'm guessing.
Yes,
Right.
yes, yes,
That
ma'am.
makes sense. Yeah.
So,
Lori.
okay, I get it. I feel weird nominating myself.
No,
but,
well, I do it. I can't remember who the
So I
second
vote-
vice
I-
was. Was
if-
that?
First
if you
vice chair,
follow the
second
code,
vice
yeah.
chair.
Okay,
It'd
so,
be me and then.
yeah,
Wendy.
so I'd
myself.
like to nominate Lori Parlin and Wendy as Thomas as the budget ad hoc committee members.
For the 2022-2023 budget process. Thank you. Okay. Do we have I'll second?
Okay.
So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
I'll
Wow,
look forward to
we're
that.
long.
Thank you. Yeah, look forward to that.
Okay.
Good time.
Yeah, it is.
With that, it looks like we have just a slight pause before we get to our 11 a.m. because it's 10:57 by this. And I don't, there's not enough time to do anything else. So I guess
Not
we're,
really.
Do you realize you were hitting all of your targeted timelines today?
yeah, I don't know
That's
how that
amazing.
happened.
Good job.
It's really weird.
I don't know how that happened.
Good
It was-
job.
It was all Dawn's doing. But yeah, it was amazing how
I don't
how that
get
worked out. Now
Don't
we're
knock
actually
it.
ahead.
Don't knock it.
We're ahead with nothing we can
don't-
use as a filler. So
Wow.
We're actually waiting. Bum, 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 bum.
yeah, right. Some play some music or something or other.
Now,
So
where's those
we're getting
carolers?
close.
Right?
We need those carolers.
I think we dropped that last year with the COVID stuff, the
Yeah.
caroling. We
Can we
got to
have
bring it
carolers
back at
next
some
year?
point.
Let's do it
Yeah, we
next year.
didn't, yeah, last year we didn't do it because of COVID and then it fell off the radar this year. I'll
Yeah.
apologize for that.
Well,
Yeah.
one of the leads in that whole organization left us unfortunately at the county and went to a different organization. So that may have been part of it as well. So, yeah. Those-
Well, if I could sing, I would help with that, but I cannot carry a tune, so good luck, guys.
We can bring in somebody with a harmonica to get us started.
There you go.
Pitch pipe or something,
I
right?
don't play an instrument anymore, so darn it, I'll have to think about that.
But bringing back the caroling should definitely be a goal for the next season if we can figure out how to make that happen, because that is a
Sounds nice.
way to recognize the Christmas holiday and rejoice in the birth of Jesus Christ and what it means to most individuals in our communities. So. Oh.
Oh, that's right.
Send out an RFP for carolers.
I think
Yeah.
Maybe we-
There you go.
maybe we need a board advisory committee on caroling. And so we can
I move to nominate John.
I will participate.
And get George's church band out here.
Okay,
There you go.
we are
There you go.
at 11 o'clock, so enough of the frivolity. We're at 11 o'clock.
You gotta admit, that church man is really good.
They're
right?
fantastic,
Yeah.
George. They're fantastic.
So Kim, if you would read item number 50 for us, please.
Okay, item 50 is a hearing from the El Dorado County Surveyor, Register of Voters, County Council, and the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, consider 2 final maps, 2, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending the existing supervisorial district boundaries, and 3, waive the full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to December 14th, 2021 for final passage, second reading.
Thank you, Kim.
Hey, good morning, board. Jennifer Fannis, Chief Administrative Office. Today, the county redistricting team is requesting that the board provide a final decision on a map to redraw the supervisorial district boundaries. As a reminder, following the 2020 census, this county must analyze new population data in order to redraw boundaries to ensure a substantially equal population for each district, while adhering to several mapping factors that we've gone over in each of these hearings. So I'm not going to go through them today. It is in the staff report. And that's to create a new district map. 5 public hearings were held from June to November 2021 to inform the board and the public about this process and to receive public input. The first 2 meetings were conducted prior to when we had the 2020 census data. So we focused on soliciting input from the public, especially on what they consider to be their communities of interest. The last 3 meetings, we provided maps for consideration, and I counted them up. The board has considered, as of including the new one today, 18 mapped alternatives. We've received a growing number of written comments and participation at the meetings, and several of those maps that you considered were created or originated with an individual or group of citizens. At the November 16th, 2021 meeting, the board provided direction to staff to move forward with changes to 1 map called the El Dorado Hills Community Draft Redistricting Alternative Revised B. And using that direction, as well as those required mapping factors for drawing a new map, 1 additional map has been prepared. So today there are 2 maps to consider: the El Dorado Hills Community Draft Redistricting Alternative Revised B from the November 16th meeting, and the new El Dorado Hills Community Draft Redistricting Alternative Revised B1. Staff is recommending that the board select 1 map for approval and adoption. The final reading and adoption of the ordinance will be set for the December 14th, 2021 meeting. And the new boundaries will become effective on January 13th, 2022. So with that, we have our county GIS staff. They're going to go through both of those alternatives for your consideration.
Okay, good afternoon or morning, I suppose, still. Jennifer Carlton, Surveyors Department. I'll briefly go over the 2 alternatives for today. The first one is the one that was asked to be brought back from the last meeting, which is the El Dorado Hills Community Draft Alternative Revised B. This is the second revision of the El Dorado Hills Community Draft Alternative. It splits the community of El Dorado Hills along White Rock Road. North of White Rock Road, District 1 includes Serrano, Lake Hills, the Bass Lake, and the Bass Lake communities. The El Dorado Hills population south of White Rock Road, including the communities of Blackstone, Heritage, and Four Seasons, are together in District 2, per a number of comments received at the meeting. And they're combined with Cameron Park and much of the South County, including Somerset, Pleasant Valley, and Grizzly Flat. District 3 includes the city of Placerville, El Dorado Diamond Springs, and the MCNFP to the west, south to Sly Park Road and the North Fork Cosumnes River, east to Camino and Cedar Grove, and north to the South Fork American River. District 4 combines Shingle Springs, Rescue, the Divide, and the majority of the North County. District 5 includes the Pollock Pines and Sly Park communities to the west, with South Lake Tahoe and the Tahoe Basin to the east. The total differential for this alternative was 6.6%. Okay, and the new alternative for today is the El Dorado Hills Community Draft Alternative Revised B1. In this revision, the community that sits on the north side of Green Valley Road and east of Starbuck Road was included in District 4 with the rest of Rescue. This shift improved the total differential as a result, bringing it down to 2.9%. The reason this community was initially included with the rest of Cameron Park was because the Cameron Park CSD boundary, which was used to define Cameron Park's community of interest, includes that neighborhood on the north side of Green Valley Road. All other suggested changes to the revised B were unable to be accomplished for the reasons following. Adjusting the boundary line between District 2 and 3 in the Pleasant Valley area were not feasible, since moving the boundary far enough north to capture all of Pleasant Valley resulted in the population of District 2 being too high. This in turn pushed the differential to be higher than the legal requirement. Adjusting it to capture just enough population to remain within the differential would have meant the residents of Pleasant Valley would be even further split than they currently are in these alternatives. The two changes requests in the El Dorado Hills area, one being including the retirement communities on the north side of White Rock Road with those on the south side in District 2. And the second one being including the business park along Latrobe Road in District 1. Those would not have adhered closely enough to the requirements of maintaining geographic compactness and contiguity. And that's the conclusion of the descriptions.
Thank you, Jennifer. So do we have any questions for Jennifer Carlton?
Not a question, just a comment to say that I really appreciate all this work. This was crazy fast.
Right.
And
Detailed work.
Yes, absolutely. And I felt that in my mind, the public's voice was heard on this process, which was so important. We've seen other counties acknowledge themselves. The Board of Supervisors in other counties have acknowledged that they did not do the process well and completely failed. They actually said that at a board meeting in Placer County. It's in the paper. So I think with this abbreviated process and meeting the community of interest was our #1 priority. And I think we did a pretty good job with the constraints that we have here. So thank you to staff. Thank you for the public. I emailed many times to communities for input. I think we got as good as we could get. And I really like the B1 map with taking that little blip, the northern above Green Valley, just take that out and go with the B1. And who knows, in 10 years, maybe the Cameron Park CSD will gobble up more Rescue. We don't know, but for this go around, this makes more sense to me.
Very good. Any other comments? I will just note that we did receive correspondence basically supporting revision B1. And the one thing that came out of that was, I guess, a little questionable from the standpoint of the desire to maintain census designated places as part of the key criteria. And I know we looked at that as one of the criteria, but I would just like to ask staff if there's any perspective on, not for this go around, but for future redistricting efforts, whether census designated tracts play a significant role or not, because they're not determined by us, they're determined by the federal government, as I understand it. So they can have ideas on what constitutes a community of interest that are different from what we would consider it to be. So that's the only thing I wanted to pose a question on. And I guess it's probably appropriate to go to you, Jennifer. Or...
Sure. I can start. And if anybody has anything to add, go ahead. So I didn't list the criteria in order, but number 3 Well, so number 2 criteria, in addition to substantially equal population, is that we maintain the integrity of local neighborhoods or communities of interest. And so we heard some feedback on rescue being its own community of interest. So we can maintain that as an area.
Right.
And then number 3 is geographic integrity of cities and census designated places. So it's on the list, but it's one below communities of interest.
Right. So it's really a priority-based decision as to where you draw those lines. But I think that whole process of understanding it, obviously the new legislation, what we had to do to comply with it, I think the response, as it's been voiced already, was excellent by our working group, who was created to put this together for us and turn it around quickly. And I think this has been a huge success, in my opinion. It's never going to be perfect. I mean, you can spend an infinite amount of time changing these little things and stuff, but I think we've arrived at a very stable place that most people will recognize the need for this particular type of mapping, and we'll move forward from there. So that's my general comment on it. And not seeing any other.
Just like to echo the comments. I mean, our staff could not have done a better job through this. And just like my Supervisor Parlin and Heidel said, in not only responding to our community's concerns, allowing them to play with the maps and, and see what works, because we're visual creatures and sometimes you just need to see it, and that put a lot of workload on you. And so, thank you for responding both to our need for that as well as the public's. It made for a really productive process and really appreciate it. And I think where we landed is actually better than our boundaries that we have now. And, I think that's a really good thing. You don't always get that. And so we've made some real progress on that. So thank you so much.
And we recognize where growth has occurred. So
It's
yes.
much better than we have now.
Until we saw the first set of maps, everything was so abstract. And remember, we started off with a 9, and we went, whoa. But
Right.
Until then, it was so difficult to really have a conversation. So thank you for all that.
Right, but addressing the Pollock Pines desires is this community of interest all within one, and the Cameron Park desires, I think we've accomplished that, which are 2 major steps advancing from where we were with the last map. I think those are very constructive, and I think we'll see the benefits of that in the future. So with that.
And I just want to comment, I think this is really great. You guys did an awesome job, what you did, especially with getting this all dialed in right, on stuff. And especially now that El Dorado Hills put that forward, that they're going to be represented, because they wanted 2 supervisors to represent them. So I think this is a great thing. So thank you.
If I could just add one final comment to this.
Yes, please.
Because I certainly don't want to detract from the praise that you're providing to staff. And quite frankly, I do want to specifically call out Jennifer Franich and Jennifer Carlton, who did quite a bit of work in leading this effort. But I also wanted to just redirect some of it back to U5. I think that one of the reasons why we've seen a process that hasn't become overly politicized is because of your commitment to not do so. Your commitment to adhere to the statutory requirements, to take in the public comment, to listen to the feedback from your own staff. So I do want to just take a moment. I know we're not totally at the finish line yet, but I do want to commend the 5 of you for the manner in which you conducted yourselves throughout this process. I think that is a significant reason why we've avoided some of the pitfalls that some of our neighboring counties have encountered. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
appreciate
Thank you very much. I think it
Appreciate
was all
your
very
perspective on
intentional
that.
on all
Yes.
of our parts.
Exactly.
Always
Thank
good to
you.
get that periodically. So
Very nice.
So with that, Kim, if you'd please open it up for public comment.
I'm just going to have her stop her screen.
Okay.
Now taking public comment on item number 50. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Is there any public comment from the boardroom? Seeing none, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh, boy, pardon me. Ken Greenwood, apparently District 3. Oh boy, it's 11 o'clock. Let's go. I thank you to staff for all this work and such. It's never fun to keep coming back. But I don't want to be a downer, but I feel down. It just fogged in, so the fog came up from Placerville, so here we are at elevation 3,200. Anyway, and that's along Sly Park Road there. And I can see into, from my house, I can see into District 5, I can see into District 2, but I'm now in District 3, which I've never been in the 30 years that I've lived here at this location. And that's disappointing because Pleasant Valley is actually not included in this. It's Somerset south of Sly Park Road. It just, again, it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense. And I'll give you credit for this. And that is, yeah, I'm in a Placerville zip code, but then again, the Placerville zip code goes all the way to Kelsey, as we recall, right? Which crosses the South Fork of the American River, etc. I call it the locally the most abused zip code that we have. Anyway, I am disappointed that we weren't able to get Pleasant Valley into here. I'm questioning why District 2 may go south or north of Green Valley Road. I mean, talk about I won't call it a gerrymander because it doesn't look like a salamander, but it's close. And even both alternatives do that. And it's kind of interesting the way it's morphed, if you will. The Cameron Park being represented in 2-3 districts now is, I guess, okay. But back to my situation out here. So what I'm going to say, I'll just call all three of you at whenever there's an issue. So I kind of feel overrepresented, but I will
Comment at 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I will stick with tradition and lean towards District 2. I often work in District 5. I owned property in District 5 many years ago in the basin. And I have a Placerville zip code. So really, I feel like, a D3 sort of thing. But anyway, I am saddened that Pleasant Valley
Comment at
itself
3
is
minutes.
no longer, thank you, no longer in District 2. But it looks like so be it. And I guess there's not much we can do at this time.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good morning. On behalf of the community of interest of Heritage, Four Seasons, and Blackstone, as you know, we did request a modification to the current map to include 2 retirement areas. In retrospect, I think staff made the correct decision. And in representing both those maps, we concur and fully endorse the maps as presented. We also want to thank the process because it helped us recognize the fact that we, in point of fact, we're a community of interest and could get involved with county measures in the future. So I can expect to hear from us regularly, but again, congratulations board and congratulations and thank you staff for a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks.
There's no additional public comment.
Back to the board.
Well, the item says we should consider the 2 maps, and I'd like to move that we, I guess, are we adopting? Do we adopt at this point? Select? Adopt?
So yes, I would like for you to select the map that will become the official map that will be included with the ordinance, the first reading of which you are accomplishing today. It will then return to you next week. We're anticipating a consent calendar item for the second reading and final adoption of the ordinance, adopting the map that you will select today.
Okay, I'd like to move that we adopt B1.
I'll second that. And welcome Ken Green.
Yeah, that's right.
And then we have 2 and 3, those are included in your motion as well,
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
Okay, so we're not doing it piecemeal. Very good. So with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries
All
unanimously.
right, well done, you guys. Very
You can Take an
good.
early lunch break and not come back. No. Special appreciation again to staff for all the hard work. The working group did a fantastic job of pulling all this together with all the various constraints and inputs and pulls and pushes and all the other stuff. I think we've arrived at a good place personally, and I think the board just acknowledged that. So again, thank you. A tremendous effort, and won't look forward to doing it in 10 years again. but-
We will watch from afar.
Right, right.
You had 2 people on the working group, the 2 Jennifers.
Yes.
Are very likely to be here in 10 years, so you're in good hands. I can't say the same for the rest of us, but who knows?
Very good, very good.
Very good.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
So do we want to talk about closed session items and move into there and then break for lunch somewhere during that process? Okay. So Kim, we're going to go ahead and move towards the reading of the closed session items. So at this point, I would like to ask members of the public if you have any comments on the closed session items, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I know we removed, I think it was 55, was it?
That's correct. 55 was continued off calendar and 52 related to, excuse me, 53.
53
was continued to February 22nd.
Okay, so so we'll now take public comment on the closed session items 52, 54, and 56 through 58. So Kim, if you would.
Through
60, actually.
Oh, I needed to turn a page through 60. Wow, we got a lot this week. Through 60.
There is a lot.
I stand corrected. So Kim, if you would please open it up for public comment on that.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individual will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There appears to be no public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
On closed session, what item?
Good afternoon, board. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Ken, and please identify the item on the closed session calendar you want to speak to.
Yeah, that would be, thank you. That would be item 58.
Okay.
Director of Planning and Building. A tough job. Used to work that department and so forth. But I'm still troubled as to why we can't get a straight answer on some of these issues regarding WTS. And I've made numerous requests in writing, et cetera, and haven't received real concrete answers to some of the questions regarding these things. So is that a performance issue? From my point of view, you bet. Perhaps from yours also. Again, it's a tough job. Wouldn't wish it on anybody. But in this case, I really question why I have not gotten a true, essentially, why are these facilities operating when they're not finalized? Simple as that.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Ken.
very much.
Okay, so the board will now recess into closed session to hear those items, and we will return at 1 p.m. for our time allocation open forum. So we'll be back at 1. Thank you. Very good. So the board is back from our closed session and then lunch break. And I think we have a report out for closed session. So I'll turn to county council for that.
Just give me a second. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board met in closed session and heard items 54 and 57. I'll go ahead and start with item 57 in the matter of County of El Dorado versus Amerisource Bergen Drug Corporation, which is commonly referred to as the National Opioid Litigation. On a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors approved the county's participation in the national settlement and authorized the Chief Administrative Officer to execute the participation forms and any other documents necessary to effectuate the county's participation in the settlement. Concerning item 54, on a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors authorized the initiation of litigation against McKinsey & Company, Inc. related to McKinsey's role in furthering the opioid crisis. As with other opioid-related litigation matters, the county will be represented by Barron and Budd PC. And that concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you for that. So with that, we're going to move into our 1 p.m. time allocation, which is open forum. And open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors on subject matter that is not on their meeting agenda and within their jurisdiction. Public comments during open forum are limited to 3 minutes per person. The total amount of time reserved for open forum is 20 minutes, but we obviously run way beyond that sometimes. So at this point, Kim, if you're just going to encourage.
What you want to.
Oh, yeah. So the other thing I think that's notable that Supervisor Turnbull brought up, December 7th, a day that will live in infamy. We need to recognize that too, because obviously there's been newspaper articles and stuff, but the bombing of Pearl Harbor and the engagement of the United States into a very, very difficult war to a greater extent than they had been in the past. And really the commitments that were made, the losses that were encumbered at Pearl Harbor. The most interesting article I guess I read recently is a Pearl Harbor survivor who was actually there at the time at the bombing. He's now 98 years old, I believe.
Yeah.
I had a neighbor who passed away about 1.5 years ago, likewise was at Pearl Harbor. So I had a chance to personally talk to him about that experience and the chaos that went on. But no, I think it is important to recognize that today is the anniversary of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And I think we all have emotional thoughts and feelings as a result of that. So we'll recognize that and basically put it in the record as such. So thank you, George, for that.
You're welcome.
So with that, Kim, would you please open it up for public comment on open forum?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Am I supposed to sanitize the microphone after I speak? It says, please sanitize it after I speak.
That's a courtesy. If you would do that, we'd appreciate it, but it's not.
What am I going to
It's
sanitize?
not a
with?
requirement. There's normally wipes out there, but
Oh, okay.
somebody has removed the wipes evidently. So I don't know. Oh, they're back here. That's what happened. They went to the back of the podium.
So,
Please voluntarily identify yourself.
Lania Marenko.
Yep.
I live in Cool. And I'm here in response to an item that came on the board agenda on November 9th. And it was, at that time, the board did a conditional approval of the item to investigate and enforce violations of approval requirements contained within temporary use permits, conditional use permits, special use permits, conditions of approval, and similar. And the board approved it, and I'm delighted that that's happening. I think it's important. I submitted a public comment in writing asking that the ranch marketing and winery ordinances would also be included in that effort. And because I think they need investigation as well. And Chris Perry responded that there is a separate conversation on ranch marketing and winery ordinances. And that item would not affect this conversation. Here's the Do I give this to you?
Yeah, please submit it to the clerk. Yep.
So that's the memo and an attachment I also added on about fees, current fees. So anyway, I would like to see the ranch marketing and winery ordinances investigated. Because I know of my own experience and other people's experiences throughout this county of problems that people have had, including loud, raucous noise, amplified music. Okay, so I'm here for at least two reasons. One is I wrote a memo to Chris Perry after the board did their conditional approval on Sunday, November 14th, asking him about what's going to happen. What did he mean by a separate conversation? Because I really didn't know what that meant. So I wrote to him, asking him, uh-oh, where's my 3 minutes?
You're at 2:20.
Okay, so, and I haven't heard back from him. And this is not the first time I've written to Chris Perry and never heard back from him. And I calculated this morning how much I've paid El Dorado County in property taxes over the 20 years that I've been here. And it added up to a heck of a lot of money. And I think I deserve a response to my email from Chris or somebody else. So my one question is, who is in charge of leading this conversation that's taking place to look at ranch marketing and winery ordinances? They're out of date.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
What?
3 minutes, your time's up.
Uh-oh. Okay. And then. Okay, so I'm hoping somebody can tell me who's in charge of this conversation.
Yep.
Is Chris Perry going to respond to me? And 3, I gave a couple of issues on enforcement. There's no point in having an ordinance if we don't, as a county, enforce them. What I mean by that is somebody goes and follows up, the code enforcement can go out on the weekend and the evenings. I've had a lot of conversations with them. They're frustrated too. And the other thing is our fees. A person gets fined $500 if they violate the ordinance. If I want to go pay to have the noise, I pay a professional, I'm going to pay $1,500. And the offender is going to pay $500. It doesn't make sense to me.
Public comment at 4 minutes.
So,
And I think we need to look at our fee structure. According to this, it was 1997 when fees might have been last updated. So there might be some money to the county. Thank you.
thank you, Linnea, and we'll ask staff to respond when we finish open forum.
Thank you. I
Thank
said
you.
my main thing. Okay, what more? This? Okay.
Yeah. That's good enough. Thank you. Yeah.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth and South Fork American River Intercessors. Luke 8:17 says, "For nothing is secret that will not be revealed, nor anything hidden that will not be known and come to light." Propaganda has become steadily more oppressive, where citizens are tempted to believe whatever our media and government hierarchy tell them. 10 years ago, we would have been shocked and outraged by the very idea of censorship, but I'm afraid we've all become acclimated to cruelty and injustice by being exposed to it steadily increasing doses throughout the years. No thanks in part to the Mountain Democrat and this Board of Supervisors. For example, after the November 29th Taxpayers Association meeting, I approached George Turnbull and asked him if he was willing to step outside to talk privately. George responded, "Well, as long as it's not controversial, that's fine." I asked, what do you deem controversial? And George replied, "Talking about my assistant or planning commissioners." I then asked, Has county council advised you not to speak with me and certain other individuals? George revealed, there has been some staff that I know of that's been said, but I can't talk about it, okay? On another issue, I remarked, just to be clear, George, you never sent me an email. That is a fallacy. There was no response. I was stood up. Your assistant in this room called me an effing bitch. He's refused to give me any of the materials that I, as a member since 2008 of this organization, that I am entitled to. I've been deprived the benefits of membership. That's fraud. There is so much crap going on, and your assistant is a big part of the corruption that is going on right here in this organization. George replied, well, let me reach out to you. We'll set an appointment and I'll meet with you, okay? Well, for the second time, I never heard from George or Mark Treat about scheduling another meeting. In other words, I was lied to by a pastor and a public servant whose admin, Todd White, is the chairman of the Republican Central Committee. The RCC holds their monthly meetings at Park Community Church, where Todd is an elder. The church is just as much a part of the problem for turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to the scriptural warnings. Proverbs 6 declares a proud look, a lying tongue, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift in running to evil, a false witness who speaks lies, and one who sows discord among brethren to be abominations.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Jesus described them as wolves in sheep's clothing, hypocrites and a brood of vipers, and that sure describes the Board of Supervisors. The heart of the problem is the lack of adherence to good governance, the core values of excellence of servants, transparency and accountability to your sacred oaths of office. This is information the public has a right to know if they are ever going to vote intelligently and change the tide of government tyranny.
Please wrap it up, Melanie.
George, you've professed to serve God and your constituents. Second, the evidence is right here in this transcript and corresponding documents being entered into the public record. You are either part of the problem or part of the solution. It would be wise for you to spend more time studying your Bible and less time listening to the bad advice of county council. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. So where do you stand, George? Are we going to meet or not?
Public comment at 4 minutes.
Thank you, Melody.
Your response or lack of it, George, speaks a lot about your commitment to God and your oaths of office. Madam Clerk, please enter these documents into the public record.
Howdy, folks.
Good afternoon.
My name's Edward Mackey. I'm a real estate developer, or have been for 40 years in this county. I'm usually here, about 50 people behind me, not wanting me to do what I was going to do. I've never known why you people run for the offices you're in. They're thankless. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with what she said, because I have no knowledge. I'm here because I'm concerned about vaccines, mask mandates, and that sort of thing. I had an experience personally about a month ago. Over a 10-day period, I met with 4 different medical professionals, 2 for my knee, 1 for skin, 1 regular doctor's appointment. I asked each of them about the vaccine and whether they believed it was a good thing. And they said, yeah, we took the vaccine. And I said, even though it's experimental? And they said, no, it's approved now. And I go, no, it's not approved. They go, no, it's approved. And then I went on from there and I said, what do you know or think about ivermectin as a treatment? So I've had time to do some research, and I'm sure you've all heard of ivermectin. And they said, well, that's not approved. It's only good for animals. And so the only thing you can do is get the vaccine and have a good immune system. And there's no really other treatment. This came from 4 people, professionals, smart, intelligent, educated, care about people, or they wouldn't be in, none of them were lying. They were misinformed. We have coming down the line the potential of mandatory vaccines for children. We all know that it's like 0% that young people get this virus. So that would be a really bad idea. Those 4 people were committing malpractice by giving me that advice, but they'd been lied to or misled. Based on that, I came to the conclusion that most of us don't have time to do what I've been doing and some other people been doing. People work, they have families, kids, jobs, responsibilities. They take the FDA's word for it. We should trust them, and the CDC, why wouldn't we? And they move on, and they just don't know. Obviously, these 4 people didn't know. So what I've taken upon myself is I put together a packet that I'm going to deliver to each one of you individually at a different time. It's about a 20-minute read. Documents from the FDA that back up what I just said. The vaccines are not approved. Ivermectin is approved. And I encourage you to educate
Public comment at 3 minutes?
Because, did she say 3 minutes?
Yes.
It's just a really important issue, because if we're wrong on this, we're going to harm the kids. If we put masks on these kids, you want my daughter to play tennis in a mask? We've said for years, what is it? 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. We never mixed in oxygen. Well, I think it's 6 minutes without oxygen. We need oxygen. So let me just finish up before she says 4 minutes. That what we're facing here, and it's something what she said about the propaganda. In the world today, we've got big government and the big pharmaceuticals, big business, big media, and that's called fascism. They're all on the same team.
Please wrap it up, Edward.
Together, they pay each other off one way or another. We're being lied to.
Public comment at 4 minutes.
We as El Dorado County can do nothing about Sacramento or Washington, but we can control our own destiny here in El Dorado County. So I'll be delivering those to you personally and individually soon. George, what do you think? You ran for it, you wanted it, you got it. And
we're not going to have a back and forth exchange, but
yeah,
thank
no,
you,
I'm
Edward.
just-
Appreciate that.
I know, George.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, Jane McGinnis. I wanted to just share some information and ask for some help. And I know you can't respond to this now. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I hope you guys are going to talk to each other about this, and I hope it will result in some direction to staff, because we need some information, and I think they're the only ones who can give it to us on this whole housing first issue that has kind of stonewalled the sheriff and his ability to help during the bad weather. We weren't informed, and I don't know if EDOC was either, on exactly what pieces of his proposal were in violation. So he's sort of stonewalled. He can't tweak or torque it at all to make it work, because he doesn't know why it doesn't work. That's the one thing. If we could get some direction, maybe through EDOC, I don't know who, Don would have to go to, or maybe Don Simone, to find out what it is exactly that was the problem. But I'm not sure that's the most important thing right now, because the sheriff has kind of offloaded the whole thing. So I'll redo whatever doesn't qualify. What I'm most interested in now is trying to get people off the streets for the next 3 or 4 months. And hopefully until we're able to put together a navigation center. And he is willing to do whatever needs to be done to do that. So my question comes down to the funding. If the county were able to finance most of this through reserve funds, They're not, I'm assuming not federal funds, not from HUD. I'm assuming that our reserve funds were generated by taxpayer dollars here locally. And if a portion of that could be used to help an emergency winter shelter get off the ground quickly and to maintain itself until maybe May or June, then would we escape the problems that came up with the HUD funding? If we just don't use federal dollars, could we make this thing go forward? Because the housing choice, the housing first issue seems to rest right now on the one of the 7 points, and that is, yes, the sheriff is willing to take in drug users and alcoholics who are not in a program. But where he has to draw the line in his mind is, I can't let them.
Public
be
comment at
using
3
drugs.
minutes.
They can't be getting drunk, using meth, shooting heroin in the shelter. And believe it or not, Housing First says, no, that's not true. You have to let them use their drugs. You have to let them bring alcohol onto the property. You have to let them drink. I know, Wendy, we've talked about this before. Federal protocols and procedures. But if we can find out if county reserve funds could be used to get this off the ground on an emergency basis, then we could work out with EDOC the housing first issues later on when we're having to use federal money.
Thank you, Jane.
All right, thank you.
I grew up in New York, so I'm preparing for the cold by wearing extra coating now. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. Good afternoon, board. Just as a side comment, ivermectin is not for animal use. It won a Nobel Prize. Ivermectin won a Nobel Prize for human use. And so we need to change our thinking on that. For a doctor to say there's no other treatment when he knows obviously there is monoclonal treatment available and other things is really unconscionable. I want to encourage people to call into the supervisors. If you can't come here at 1 o'clock, you can call in and speak for those who have no voice. I'm speaking about the homeless that are out on the streets that were sleeping in the rain last night. When we had a 7-year rain a month ago, 500 homeless were out sleeping in their cars or in the woods, some under overpasses, some under tarpaulins. I pray for you and I pray for your families every day when I pray. I pray good things. I pray blessings because you are blessed people. You've been given a sane mind and the will to work and a good model, most of you, a good modeling parentage, as I was myself. But there is something called noblesse oblige. And that means that those that are super blessed are responsible for those that are under blessed. Some of you have relatives that are mentally challenged in your extended family. All of us do if we look far enough. The homeless crisis is an addiction and a mental illness crisis, but it's also an economic sickness. We have a coordinated entry, but we don't have a coordinated exit. And while we know that we're 4,000 units short of affordable housing in the county, this winter, we've got to do something for the homeless that are out there. If somehow we can make the sheriff's plan work, if the Hatfields and McCoys will determine for the good of the people that are dying on the streets to get a shelter over them. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention. Martin Boise became a national issue, which is now internationally known. The three no name, nothing, nameless, homeless that started that
Public comment at 3 minutes.
that started that lawsuit that became national across the country. They never expected Boise and Idaho Board of Supervisors to become named in a national US Supreme Court backed decision that a county or a city cannot move the homeless unless they provide a bed and shelter for them. You all know what the responsibility is. You have a $50 million, I heard you all say this, $50 million reserve fund. I want to ask the public to call in and plead for shelter for the homeless this winter.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Please, let's not shift it off to the future. While this morning I heard that your decision, which was bold, to tell the DHS and to come up with a plan for a year-round shelter, which is a decade overdue. Let's step up to the plate with the
Public comment at 4 minutes.
with the immediate crisis.
Thank you,
Let's
Jonathan.
do what God has enabled you to do by the blessings that you sit on and that you live in every day. God bless you. Let's do something this winter and in the future. And enjoy those copies of the book, which were not from me, but from the Lord who loves you supremely.
Thank
more
you.
Than anyone else ever has or ever will. Thanks, Jonathan.
Yep. Just,
Sign something?
No.
Why don't you step up and talk to you?
yeah, just
Yeah.
please
Oh, that's
identify
fantastic.
yourself voluntarily so we know.
Yes, my name is Ron Marlette.
Yep.
And I am the new executive director of the Upper Room. And the homeless population, I was walking by there, I saw the TV and I thought, wow, that's my topic. I just want to introduce myself to you. I look forward to meeting with you individually and sharing what I've been doing this for 40 years, which is a long time. And in Solano County, we were able to build, along with the county and the cities, all 7 cities of Solano County, we were able to build a campus, a holistic center and programs. And so I look forward to seeing how we can be more involved with the county and with the community, of course, and with the other providers on providing the homeless what they need. And not only all the basic necessities of life, but transitional housing and programs, the holistic programs that'll break the cycle of homeless and poverty. So that's all I want to say. I look forward to meeting you all personally.
I would encourage you to join our EDOC COC as soon as you have the opportunity.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Newly minted Ken Greenwood, District 3. Couple of things. I was already going to mention, what the heck? No Pearl Harbor Day? This is a pivotal day in the history of the world.
Yep.
And as you have pointed out, I hope this is taken care of from this point on, lest we live in infamy. Why not an ongoing resolution to never forget, as we have clearly done today? Please fix this problem. Item 2, caroling. Oh my God. Bring it back. If somebody dropped out, hopefully somebody will pick up. If nothing else, perhaps the board could take the lead on that one.
We're recruiting, Ken. You can volunteer.
There you go.
I can't sing. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Anyway, item 3, I apologize in advance for my typo in the Bill of Rights Day. I suggested in my information I sent to the board clerk that the meeting was on the 15th. No, it's on the 14th. The day of observance is on the 15th. Sorry about that. Item next, agree with getting answers from code compliance. I've had 3 complaints that are nearly 3 years old now, and they are not resolved. I'd be happy to talk to code compliance again, but I would like to get some assurance that they're going to get taken care of. And Oh, back to Pearl Harbor Day. You know, call me a boomer, but I am just right at the end of it all. But my father was in World War II. My uncle died in Normandy area in his P-85 or pardon me, P-48. Anyway, and let's see here. Okay. And Jonathan, yes, I join you in your never-ending reminder that we need to get something done here. Hopefully we have the money to do it. I know we do. But anyway, yes, let's never forget. Because we were totally unprepared for that situation at Pearl Harbor, and it was just like 9/11. We're already forgetting that, and that was only 20 years ago.
Comment at 3 minutes.
80 years ago. Thank you. 80 years ago wasn't really that long ago, because my father and my family were there in that era. Thank you very much. Signing off from District 3.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from 013.
Hello, board. Thank you for listening. I don't have notes, but I'm pretty clear on what I want to say. There was an article in the paper a couple of weeks ago in the Mountain Democrat about a woman who was arrested allegedly for arson, and she was allowed on her own recognizance with no bail, and she had no address. Then they issued a $45,000 failure to appear, and now she has a warrant for failure to appear. And I would like to know what is our county doing? How did we decide that we've become a no bail county? How is it appropriate that arson is not a threat to the community, but when the person doesn't show up, now suddenly they have a $45,000 bond on their head, or whatever you call it? It seems to me that's a serious charge, but the bigger point is, what is our county stance, and how did we get to a place of not being a constitutional county that enforces the law, and as the smash and grabs, looting by 80 to 100 people have hit all over the coast, all kinds of businesses, it's coming to our county unless we send signals that we enforce the laws for the criminals that choose to commit crimes, because crime is a choice. It's not a victim situation. A criminal is not a victim. That is a choice. And if there are no repercussions for the smaller things, what is the deterrent for the safety in our community? We're a prison county, and we knowingly sell space for prisoners from other parts of the state. And where are they released when they're released? Are they released in our county? And is that part of our homeless, drug, and crime problem? I want to implore the Board of Supervisors to make our county a constitutional county and to make our laws enforceable. I would love to know who's ordering the DA to give no bail. When did that happen in El Dorado County? And are we next? Pure bedlam. Nothing is more important than people than safety. Nothing. And I just want to know, where am I living now, and what is the plan for the future concerning crime, criminal behavior, and the way that we're going to handle it? Thank you.
Thank you, 013.
Now taking public comment from 870.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns.
Yes, go ahead. And you can voluntarily identify yourself if you would, but you don't have to.
Yes, my name is Sherry Souza. I am a resident of the Pleasant Valley area, and I would like to address, please, my concern about the Dorado Oaks development that is proposed for Diamond Springs. This development, as we all know, we do need housing in the area. However, this size of housing is very much a concern, not only for the residents of Diamond Springs, but also for the outlying areas in the South County. As you all are aware, we had a huge fire and it devastated our county. Us in the South County were evacuated, and we had no other route to take out of Pleasant Valley but Pleasant Valley Road into Diamond Springs. At this point, many vehicles were on the road panicking, trying to get out, and we were at a dead stop about 4 miles up Pleasant Valley Road, west or east of Diamond Springs. The only route out from our area in the county is this route. Cedar Ravine is not pliable when you're pulling vehicles with trailers that are 28 to 30 feet long. Our concern is the amount of traffic that this development will create, the amount of ingestion that will be in the county and community. Right now, you have a development on Highway 49 to enhance it and create a 4-lane bypass out of Diamond Springs. But quite honestly, all you have is a very expensive left-hand turn lane into the dump. I also am reading here a vision of statement, which I received on top of your meeting agenda today. And it says here that part of your vision is to respecting our natural resources and our historical heritage. Well, with all due respect, compromising a cemetery, a graveyard, a historical graveyard, and destroying buildings that have been in the area for over 100 years, this is not respect to our historical heritage. I respectfully ask that you revisit this proposed development. If anything else, please cut down the number of houses that they're proposing to put in. Help support the neighbors and the communities that have voted you in and are looking for you for guidance to make sure that this happens. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sherry.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. So I'm going to speak on a couple of topics. First off, I just wanted to say the public would like an update on the case filed against the 2 restaurants. And moving on, we're going to talk about the Human Rights Commission. So I watched the recording of the last meeting. And just for everyone's information, we have Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Novosel who sit on the commission. And so the topic of discussion of the evening, the main topic was to send a letter to the Sacramento Bee from the commission to respond to a comment by Mandy Rodriguez in an article that she said she believes the commission should be disbanded. So I just want everyone on this board and David to know what's going on at this little witch hunt group of people. The one that wouldn't let me on the commission because I'm, lack decorum and I'm too political and all the other nasty things and stupid things that were said about me. But here we have Susan Simpkin, who's the chair. And one of the other items was she was going to speak at the Progressives Human Rights Day. So that was one of the topics. Quotes of the night were, "It's good to have important people on your side," in reference to Heidel, said by Susan Simpkin. And Heidel said, "Stop the rhetoric," in response to the people who are being bullied, libeled by the Bee in the McClatchy papers. So I'm going to wrap it up, but I wanted to say that District 2 Commissioner, who is in the seat that I was appointed or put up for and didn't get, had some great things to say. She had not read the article, but voted on the letter. And she said she wondered who this author of this series of articles is. Who are these authors? What's their intent? Who are they associated with? So to let you know who funded the grants for that extremism series, it's Bringing Stories Home. It's a grant from pulitzercenter.org. The main donor for that series is Facebook Foundation and also the Gates Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation. Oh, and we can't forget George Soros Open Society. This Human Rights Commission doesn't add value to the community. It's just a bunch of people sitting around talking about others and other people's opinions and behaviors. It needs to be disbanded. You guys are embarrassing to watch. That's all.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, thanks, Tracy, for calling in and saying that. I was quite surprised too. There were, I think, 4 or 5 people that had called in and were not in support of the Human Rights Commission in their letter writing to the Sacramento Bee. And if you guys recall, back in February, I actually brought packets to you showing the kind of harassment myself and some of my friends had gotten because of the Toys for Tots toy drive. And it is not stopped. And people in the Human Rights Commission have kept that going. And so anyway, people called in and were against it. And Susan Simpkin, the person who, I guess, I don't know if she's the chair or what, but after all those comments, she looked down and she said, okay, well, my only issue is, or concern is that we don't go over the word limit or the word count for the Sacramento Bee letter to the editor, which I just thought it was funny because they took the time to respond to the Sacramento Bee, but they couldn't respond to me, a constituent, someone who lives in the county. And so, you know, I really wanted this whole situation to go away. It's been awful being called a white supremacist and a racist, having my business doxed, my personal information doxed and put out there by Black Lives Matter Sacramento, and even all the way as far as Oakland. I have been slandered and libeled, and it was pretty awful. And I just wanted to move on because I truly believe that there are more important things like medical freedom. And so anyway, you know, the chicken came home to roost, or whatever you would say. The following week after the Sacramento Bee article about me, they came out and they talked about Mr. Heidel and Mr. Turnbull because they happen to have a difference of opinion on medical freedom. And so now they're the conspiracy theorist, and you see how this keeps going on, and it won't end until people put an end to it. And I just think it's not fair to have a Human Rights Commission that's packed with liberals. There's nobody with a different point of view on that board. And it just shows that they are biased. They can't respond to me, but they can respond to the Sacramento Bee in defense of themselves. And it just shows kind of some vanity on their part. So I really think that the Human Rights Commission is a liability to the county, and you guys better be very careful about what these commissioners do, because it's very clear from watching the meetings, they have no clue. It is, and I mean that in the sincerest way, they do not understand.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
They do not understand the Brown Act, and they do not understand what biased means. So unless you want to make that board an even kill of different political and ideological views, then you should disband it because it is a liability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to staff for any responses they may choose to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. In regards to ranch marketing, it's my understanding the committee of Supervisor Thomas and Supervisor Parlin will be convening a meeting with the Ag Commissioner on December 27th to discuss that. That's what we were told by the Ag Commissioner yesterday. So that it probably not moving as fast as many would like, but it is moving forward. So in regards to, wanted to let the public know in response to Ms. McGinnis's comments, I am having a meeting on Thursday with the Sheriff's Office and Health and Human Services to try to figure out a path forward that everyone can agree with in regards to homelessness, and we'll see how that goes. So that conversation is taking place as well. Caller 013 that had questions about no bail, I would encourage you to contact our district attorney and our sheriff. The Board of Supervisors does not direct the sheriff or the district attorney. And quite frankly, they are they're hamstrung by laws from the state of California as well, but they can give you more information on that and how bail is set and those things. And the last thing I want to comment on is a reminder that, and Supervisor Heidel, you read it every week, but open forum is for subject matters within the jurisdiction of the board. And just remind the public, the Taxpayers Association is not within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. There's nothing you can do about that. That is a group of people that are doing their own thing. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. And so one of the things that we had talked about is, since we have some time before our 2 o'clock time allocation item, is to basically bring forward the report on the Caldor relief so that the greater part of the public gets to hear that as opposed to the end of the meeting. So Don, if you would share that, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have Carla Haas. I think she's on Zoom and she can provide that update right now. And so the public is aware the written report is attached to Legistar.
Yep.
So it is available there as well.
So weekly they get an update and it's fresh. They're
Yes, sir.
produced, I think, on Mondays for our Tuesday board meetings. So, yep. So that's one of the efforts we're trying to make sure that people are aware of that, because we don't bring it forward every week because it's an ongoing thing and it's going to be many months before that concludes. But I think it is important to keep people informed. So Carla, please help us
John?
understand this.
John,
Yes.
real quick, we're going to try to do this right after open forum
If there's time available.
during that slot. Okay.
And if we're way late, then, with the time
Move it
allocated,
around.
we may move it around, but
Okay.
the more people can hear this
Yep.
message, I think the better.
No, that's great. That's
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Carla, over to you.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair and board members. Carla Haas, your Communications Director, and also the Recovery Operations Center co-director with Sergeant Moki Away. Just a couple of top line pieces of information that I think the public will find useful. And as you had mentioned, the full report on the weekly basis is attached to the Legistar item. But for everybody's information, 759 rights of entry forms have been accepted by the state, and those are necessary forms for the properties to be cleaned up by the state for the public program. So the state has approved 759, and these are statistics as of about midday today, around noon. The ROE program has closed as of the end of November. The private program, which is also known as the alternative program, that program closed on the 5th of November, but we have 25 applications received by our environmental management department for the private program. And that's where property owners contract with their own contractor to clean up their property instead of having the state come in and do the cleanup for them. And they are also then obligated to pay for it out of pocket, which is different than the state public program. But we have received 25 applications for that program. 21 of the work plans that are required for that program have been approved by environmental management. We have we're at just about the 50% mark in terms of properties cleaned up at this point. So we are moving at an incredibly quick pace. So as of noon today, there were 300 properties in El Dorado County that have been cleaned up. The debris removal has been completed. So after the debris removal is,
Those contractors are on it.
yeah, they are. They're doing about 15 to 20 a day. So it's a massive undertaking, and they're doing an incredibly great job. But just to level set on this, it does not mean that once your property is cleaned, you can start rebuilding. The debris is removed, and then soil samples have to be taken and tested. And then if the soil samples come back negative, then the property is returned back to the property owner, and they can go through the process that's necessary to start rebuilding. If the soil samples come back positive, then they'll do a second scrape of the property. And so there's some time built into that. Additionally, many of these properties have hazard trees that will need to be removed. So that is a whole nother effort that's done after the debris removal is done. So the hazard tree removal effort began in earnest yesterday. But as I said, we're at the 50% mark for the debris cleanup, which is really quite something. And out of those 393 have clear soil samples as of noon today. So again, very good news, and we're moving forward. So that gives you an overview of the public program, the private program, and then there is the abatement program, which is if a property owner does not opt into either one of those programs. And to date, we have about 12 properties actually that we have identified as not having come into one of the other programs. And we had staff, Deputy Bear and somebody from environmental management actually go visit each one of those properties individually after they had done a series of what we call knock and talks, where they'll knock on somebody's door where we have their current living address and talk them through what their options are. So after that was conducted, we had these 15 or so properties now whittled down to about 12. Where we yesterday had our staff, Deputy Bear and environmental management staff, actually go out and take laminated abatement letters and the ROE packet and the alternative program packet and stake them to the properties. So the abatement process is in full swing. As I'm recalling that 5 of those 12 properties are bank owned, so we will run through the process with those, and a couple of others. There's some out of state people. There's some people that there are 2 properties that we cannot locate the owners on. So we hope that at the end of this, we will have about 4 or 5 properties that will go into the abatement process, which is a really, really good percentage of the 759 and eligible, or 800 eligible properties. So we're making great strides on that front as well. In regards to our Health and Human Services unit, which handles all things that touch people, HHA staff is finalizing a contract with the Salvation Army to provide disaster case management services, which would have been provided by, had we been approved for individual assistance by FEMA. Since we weren't, we have to look for other opportunities and ways to provide the needs to our residents. And so Salvation Army, which has done this in other locations, has indicated that they are willing to do it for us here in El Dorado County. So we are engaging them in contract to do that. In addition, the Small Business Administration has also indicated that they can do some assistance for our residents. And we are working very closely with our contracts and procurement section to ensure that they will be able to basically take up residence in the Cameron Park Library. So that Cameron Park Library would serve as sort of a one-stop shop for residents who need any kind of individual assistance and hubs staff assistance, disaster case management assistance, all at one spot. So that's very positive movement as well. In terms of our land use unit, we are finalizing the process for the fee waivers. We are conducting an overview on how to better use Track It and configure Track It so that we can literally track every single APN that has been touched by this disaster and have it all in one spot and make it easily manipulable, make it easy to use so that if there's anything that we need, any information that we need on any given parcel, we can easily access that and use it to our advantage. And then just some miscellaneous things. We have updated our public facing dashboard to mirror the state's dashboard. So there's no confusion about what we're counting and what the state is counting. And we just are continuing to move forward and work very closely with Cal OES on all the outstanding issues and putting out the fires where we need to and moving forward to the best of our ability. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just want to say something, Carla, thank you very much. You know, because there has been some concerns with a lot of the residents out there. And there was one that I got in touch with you with. Her name was Stephanie. I can't remember her last name, but thank you, because she was really concerned. She's living in Kansas City now. And she had some property that she wanted to make sure that she got her ROEs were accepted. And I'm glad you found that and it's all settled. So thank you. She was very, very pleasant. And she was very appreciative of what you've done to help her. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, one
Yes.
more update. The assessor asked that I let everyone know, and I believe a press release went out to this, but last week, over 600 fire victims had their property tax refund checks mailed as well. So that went out last week as well.
Outstanding, outstanding.
Awesome.
Sue?
Yeah, I have one thing. Carla, I don't know who to contact, which one yet, but I have been contacted by some of the cabin leases for the US Forest Service. They're still having issues out there. So I just want to put that out. They would like to talk to some of us, be happy to meet with them, and would love to have you or somebody else that level. Give me a call. We'll set up a meeting with all of them.
We'd be happy to do that, Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you, Carla. Appreciate it.
Two things I'd like to add. My understanding is that the first church services were held out in Grizzly Flat this Sunday. So they have resumed on an ad hoc type of basis and stuff. Obviously, weather permitting, I presume, but it's good to hear that that part of the community is coming together again and moving forward. The other thing is our CAO advised me that Cal OES is helping us pay some of the FEMA county costs, or at least there's an indication they may. I don't know if we want to throw that in. Maybe it's premature.
We have been told verbally that Cal OES will be picking up the county share of cost for the debris removal program. So as a reminder, during emergencies such as this, the county usually has to pick up our matching share, which is about 6 to 7% of the cost. I received a phone call last week, one evening, from the deputy director saying they're working on a written confirmation that they will be recovering those costs. Carla, I don't believe we received that written confirmation yet.
We have not as of today.
Okay, so it's pending though. So, but I think that's good news. If it happens, we're a little ahead of the game, but I think it is an important aspect to reflect upon what Cal OES is trying to do to make this all happen, right? Their responsiveness, their quickness, their support. I have nothing but good things to say about what Cal OES's response has been for our Caldor fire recovery and relief. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing. Like you were talking about, the church was held. It was a single wide mobile home that was taken out there and set up as a church, a temporary church, which is really awesome. And also, I just want to thank Mo from El Dorado Hills, all the good work he's doing. There's a portable mill going out there, and they're going to be milling a lot of the timber up there to basically build a lot of the outbuildings and stuff that burned down, the barns and stuff, to help those people rebuild. So I think it's an awesome thing that the community's coming together and doing great things for the people that lost everything.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, one more thing. There's just a lot going on. It's moving quickly, but you recall very early on, the board approved an urgency ordinance regarding the rebuilding and temporary dwelling units and things such as that. And I, again, want to credit the staff for getting it done so quick, but the primary focus on that was residential. One of the things we missed was more public buildings and things such as that. And we received notification from the Pioneer Fire District. They want to build a temporary fire station because they lost a station. The ordinance doesn't allow that. So we are doing a rush to get that ordinance revised. We're doing everything we can to put that on next week's agenda.
Yep.
It may be on agenda this week. If we can't make it, it'll be the first meeting in January, but want you to be aware of that.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was premature to talk about. So, but all these things that are happening, I don't think it hurts to put it out there. They're not firmed up yet, but hopefully we'll have that at next week's agenda.
Yeah.
Because I think, again, that's a dedication that our planning and building department has in terms of trying to look at what needs to be changed to respond quickly so that we can give relief and support for the community out there who needs it right now. And we have to bend as far as we can to make those things happen on at least a temporary basis. So kudos for all that work.
Thanks, Don, for working on that. I appreciate it.
Thank Rob Peters and staff and county counsel's office. They're all expediting as quickly as they can.
Excellent. So it looks like we have a half a minute before we get to 2 o'clock. Who's watching the clock, right? So we have just a short interlude here, and then we'll be able to announce our 2 p.m. discussion item. So bear with us. Take a couple of extra breaths to get caught up, and we'll be there soon. Okay, so we are now at our 2 PM time allocated item. It's number 51 presented by the Ag Department. Kim, if you would read that, please.
Of course. Item 51 is a hearing to consider the Department of Agriculture recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign an urgency ordinance extending the interim moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp for all purposes. Supervisor Heidel, could you please open the public hearing?
I hereby open the public hearing.
So good afternoon, Charlene Carveth, Agricultural Commissioner. So once again, today we're here asking you to extend the urgency ordinance so that the interim moratorium will continue, and then we can get your input as far as direction, and that we have time to work on whatever it is that you might want. The second part of this is we have requested a permanent ban on industrial hemp. I will say that this has been a difficult decision on my part, because our department really is for promoting agriculture. But this particular program has been a bit of an issue from the very start, if nothing else, because the state still does not have an approved state plan for industrial hemp that's approved by the USDA. They still have to submit a plan. They had to go back and revise it, and we're anticipating they may submit it sometime before the end of the year, but we're not sure. So that makes it hard. On the federal end, the rules have changed back and forth, which has made it hard on the state end. And so it has been a difficult program for all counties concerned because the rules keep changing. The other problem is, of course, it's cannabis sativa. The difference between industrial hemp and cannabis is really a THC level of 0.3%. It's not really the fiber grown type cannabis that we are familiar with to make hemp rope and things like that. The CBD varieties look just like the high THC cannabis. So for testing and things like that, it is a little bit of an issue. In the staff report, I kind of gave a really conservative rough estimate of what 10, pilot program registrations would cost. And that doesn't even include if the registrant wanted to do multiple types of varieties, because if that case, then we have to do 6 samples of each individual variety, which would add more time onto, the site and all the different other things that we would have to go out for. The other issue that's come up is that AB 45 was passed, and that allows industrial hemp to go into a variety of food and beverage products, cosmetics, pet foods, because it's not considered adulterated anymore. Well, the regulations for all of that still have to be developed. It was an urgency legislation, so it went into effect immediately when it was signed. It allowed some period of time for those who are already doing those kind of products, and allowed them to continue in the system. But as of, I think it's January 6th, there will have to be testing of products. There'll have to be registration of, the manufacturers of those products and things like that. And I kind of doubt that those regulations will be in place by January 6th. So, and also what AB 45 allowed was industrial hemp to go into now it's the Department of Cannabis Control, allowed it to go into that stream. And we're not even sure at this point how they're going to handle that. So all of these things are still developing. And that makes it hard. Well, in some ways, some things make it hard for our department. I think it's going to make it difficult for the Department of Public Health. And it'll make it difficult for the growers and the people that want to manufacture this stuff for a while anyway. The other issue is on the federal level. The Food and Drug Administration does not recognize industrial hemp as something that can go into food and beverages and cosmetics yet. They're actually have started going after manufactured producers in other states. It looks like they are waiting for a lot of research to be done to basically say what is a level of CBD that's safe to go into certain products and things like that. And so that's going to be a conflict with the state. And we're not even sure if anything produced here will actually be able to legally cross state lines. So there's those kinds of issues still going on, which I think is, once again, this program kind of gets the cart before the horse before things get in place to actually make it go through a smooth system. And that's why for right now, I have asked for the permanent ban. I know nobody likes that word permanent. And of course, you know, the board could change direction and go a different route at any time. I plan to keep the board, you know, involved as far as what's going on. I'll let you know when and if the state plan gets approved, how things are working through the public health and, you know, where their regulations are at. So that, you know, if you're interested that this program could move forward at some point. But right now, warehouses are full in California all over the place with product. There's not a manufacturing stream for it to go into. Hopefully that will get developed, you know, soon, but it's hard to say. Things have to get shipped out of state right now to get processed. And so once again, I'm looking at it as how is it really benefiting right now? There was some concern that growers who had been registered would not be able to do something with their product that they still had in storage with this, if we do a permanent ban, and that's not the case. We're a permanent ban. This is permanent ban for now on cultivation, not on them doing anything with the product that they've already harvested and is sitting waiting to go into a manufacturing stream. So it won't affect that. And so that's kind of from my point of view at this point. And if you have any questions.
Questions from board members?
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Okay, and I guess I have one. When we started introducing industrial hemp into El Dorado County, we did not have an ordinance. We did not have any guidelines. We just moved forward. There was no pilot program defined, et cetera. We just moved forward. And I believe we had 2 years of grows under your review and control, et cetera. And then we got to the situation of looking at needing to establish an ordinance and going through those things. We had an ad hoc committee. But I guess my basic question is I'm trying to understand what's changed from 3 years ago when we gradually just moved into that to today. Is it the lack of federal and state regulations that were promised that never got delivered? I mean, from your perspective, what are the key things that were okay to start it 3 years ago that now would say you're recommending a permanent ban?
So part of it is the lack of cohesiveness between the state and the federal.
Okay.
You know, we actually got lucky in a sense, and I use that term loosely, that we didn't have anything in place for 2021 because of the back and forth of changes at the federal level that the state had to try to catch up with. You know, 30-day harvest situation between sampling and being able to harvest changed to 15 days and even less than that. And then it changed back to 30 days. And then the state had to catch up on that. I know my colleagues in other counties were going kind of nuts over trying to figure out where it was at and what they needed to do. My concern again is that now that we've got things moving on the manufacturing end and everything's an urgency, you know, legislation, urgency regulations that will go through without going through the normal lengthy process, we may create the same thing on the manufacturing end again, with the backs and forth. And, you know, I- it's unfortunately has not been straightforward like most agricultural programs. And that's, you know, that's the problem.
So it's a continued volatility, so to speak, as
Yes.
opposed to regulation and kind of centering itself in terms of how everything should operate and getting more systematic in terms of the performance of stuff. It seems like it's still in a variable state that makes it difficult to decide which way you got to jump tomorrow.
Yes, yes. And like I said, now I think, and unfortunately, it's going to be Department of Public Health that's going to be dealing with this because once again, at the federal level, it's not going to mesh with us.
And when did the CDPH really get involved with it? Was that just recent?
I'm sorry, with the what?
California Department of Public Health.
Oh, yes, because they were called out in the AB 45 to set up the system of regulations for the testing and all of that. So yeah, and then the Department of Cannabis Control is going to be trying to figure out the stream and how to deal with that and probably regulations as far as industrial hemp going into the cannabis system.
Okay, so last question, you did give us an approximate number, $20,000 for 10 registrant pilot program, and you made the statement, we would require the use of general fund. So I need to understand that as opposed to a permitting fee for a pilot program. Why does it have to be general fund?
Well, I'm just saying that because if we, you know, did to do a program, then we would have to, if the board so chooses to set up a fee type of schedule for the growers to cover it instead of general fund.
Okay, so it would be general fund, at least initially, maybe to be offset by a fee structure.
As we do on many of our other.
Right, okay, I just want to have that clear in my mind that it wasn't, an upfront that we'd never have a chance to recover somehow. That could be worked into an ordinance and a fee program associated with a pilot program, which is a large endeavor to take on, and we haven't done that yet, but it's still within the realm of possibility.
And then, of course, the other thing is that, our department, like most departments, is kind of maxed out. In order to put in a pilot program, we would have to find the time to work on it. Obviously, probably the sheriff's department would have to assign somebody to, be part of it. And then planning and code enforcement would probably have to be part of it too. And it's kind of, we still have to look, okay, what are we going to put on the shelf for a while if we're going to work on this?
So it'd have to be offsetting scope changes to bring this on and make it happen in the current time frame. Okay.
So can I ask, so have you talked to those other departments about their ability to do that?
Well, and planning, once again, is, got their set priorities per the board. And I would think, once again, they would have to offset something in order to work on this because they are maxed out on what they're doing too.
They've told us that in the past. We've agreed to a prioritized
Always
structure.
priority. It's always
It's
about
all a priority, right? So the board could shift priorities, and I think that problem could be resolved, but it's not, we would be taking on something new that wasn't on that list of scope.
And that's why I was
items.
asking, I was wondering how much time I see where you're talking about having 2 inspectors per visit, 3 or 4 hours per site.
Yeah.
And that was that $10,000 to $12,000 range.
Yep.
Have you figured out what the other costs are, any other costs?
Well, and if we, develop a pilot program, how many hours is that going to take? How many meetings? That's
haven't
kind of an
developed that.
unknown.
You haven't developed that cost analysis yet? Okay.
I guess on along those lines, and then I'm gonna have Wendy talk, have we found a pilot program that another county has conducted that would be almost a copy paste? Is there anything like that? Or would we really have to start from a clean sheet of paper?
Honestly, it is all over the place in the counties out there that are doing it. And does it fit for us? Not necessarily.
Okay.
So that's probably where we kind of would have to have discussion on what do we think would work? What complaints have we had and how do we address that?
Thank you.
All right.
Wendy.
So I guess my question at this point is, the last time this was before our board, the board directed CDAC and the Ag Commission to look at this issue and to work in concert with staff and bring back their recommendation. And their recommendation was, in Legistar, and it differs from your recommendation. So was your recommendation developed in concert with theirs, or, talk to me about that conflict?
Well, and once again, it really came down to, do we have the time to develop this program?
Did you work with them with your concerns? Did they know that you were going this route?
Well, and we did discuss it before the meeting today. We did have discussions about the fact, because originally CDAC wanted 50 permits. And, we told them there was absolutely no way we were going to be able to handle that. So they did reduce it to 10. But once again, we are down to how much time is this going to take to develop a pilot program, and do we have the capacity?
Did you work with those two commissions on the concerns that you had on that?
Yeah, we did discuss it. Yes.
You did. Okay. So I guess though, did they know that you were going to come out with a permanent ban on this? Because you were working together on developing a recommendation, and their recommendation differs from yours. And that's my question.
Yes. And I'm sure I kind of surprised them in the end, though I did have discussions before the meeting today. But
not before their recommendations came out.
No. Did some more research and realized with these other issues going on, it would be hard, with the program, with the state program, it would take more time, essentially.
One more thing occurred to me, and maybe this is a question for Danny. We have a moratorium in place now. It expires very soon. My understanding is 1 more year of extension, and then we run out of the ability to continue that moratorium. Is that an accurate statement? So this would be the last time we would have this opportunity to use the moratorium approach as you've recommended?
I can jump in real quick, though, Danny. Yes, you under the planning and zoning law, you're allowed a total of 2 years.
2 years.
I believe there is actually a case on it wherein a jurisdiction tried to circumvent that by having a new moratorium on slightly different terms, and the court found that violated the planning and zoning law. So you do have this additional year that you can impose.
Okay, but beyond that, game over with respect to moratoriums per se.
The idea being, of course, that you should be developing your permanent program during the 2 years that you have the moratorium in place.
Yep. So no interim fix.
So my understanding is that we have another year to determine if we're going to regulate it locally and implement that, or if we don't do a permanent ban by the end of the year, then we would default to the state regulating it. Is that correct?
No, that one I will defer to Dan.
Okay.
It got tough, you can tell.
All right. Danny Vanderkulik, Deputy County Counsel. What would happen in that case, and that's why hemp's a little bit of a confusing program in some ways compared to cannabis, how the state has set it up is that there are state rules that govern the ability of the agricultural commissioner to issue state registrations, but they're still issued on the local level. So if we had no rules in place, what we would default to is what the Food and Agricultural Code would authorize the agricultural commissioner to issue registrations, but solely based on state law. And that is what was in place for the 2 years we had there, but there'd be no local rules in place if we did nothing. So.
But Danny, I don't understand, because the state doesn't have an approved program yet. So what were we following?
The laws and regulations that they've put in place. The state has put laws and regulations in place, but they have not gotten their state plan approved by USDA.
Okay.
And to follow up on your question, it is a little, this whole thing is a little bit changing.
Right.
During the period that we had our 2-year period, there was interim federal rules, but they were not final federal rules. They were still in the process of finalizing their regulations. Those regulations were finalized sometime in 2021. I apologize, I don't have the exact date. Even during the time that they were preparing these interim regulations, the state was supposed to submit a plan. I believe the state submitted our plan in November of 2020. And I understand that there's been a back and forth on that. On the CDFA's website, they do have the state plan that was submitted to the feds. I don't know the status of how far along they are to getting approval, but there is authorization under federal law that you can continue to operate during the pendency of the approval. So.
I can tell you that the state plan was not approved by USDA. It was sent back and told to be revised. And so we've been waiting on that since
When was it?
2020.
2020?
Yeah, and I believe there was some state legislation that passed in August of this year that was designed to address some of the issues that ran into in the approval of the state plan. Because the state plan is essentially just the state legislation. That's really what the plan was.
Okay.
So I think they had a couple issues with some portions of that, and I can't speak to the specifics of because I haven't seen that, but.
Okay, so we ready?
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're about to move into the public comment period, but I would like to, is there another presentation I'm not aware of? Not at this point? Okay, all right. So I would like to give the opportunity to representatives from both CDAC and the Ag Commission to come forward at this point. I'm gonna allow you 5 minutes because you put a lot of work into this. You submitted a letter with recommendations in it, and I want to make sure your perspective is put on record early before we have the other public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. David Bolster Camino. You do that all the time, Danny. Is that a message, Danny? David Bolster Camino. I'm also the Vice Chairman of the County Agriculture Commission. My family arrived in Camino in 1951. I had a recent conversation with former Supervisor Jack Sweeney about what constitutes an old timer in El Dorado County. I said, Jack, we showed up in 51, and he said, which 51? You win, Jack. So, but what the last 71 years does is give my family and myself and me for the last 64 years a historical perspective on, on where we are today with the concept of introducing a new crop to El Dorado County. So let's talk about the Ag Commission recommendation. The Ag Commission recommendation as presented to the Board of Supervisors in October stands. As you know, we presented a recommendation with 7 key points of a pilot program going forward. Basically, that program stands today. Chairman Boger and I met with Commissioner Carveth last week, along with the CDAC representative. We were informed after that recommendation went to Legistar, the genie had been let out of the bottle and could not be retrieved. We expressed our disappointment to Charlene that the chairman and the vice chairman were not given the opportunity to provide input and have a dialogue about that recommendation. We think at least that recommendation could have said a temporary ban on hemp. That allows a lot more flexibility. So we were disappointed, but life moves on. But I do think the commission would agree with Commissioner Carver's comment that we're putting the cart before the horse here. Because what that implies is the cart keeps moving. And whether that cart's in front of the horse or behind the horse, that implies the cart keeps moving. And I think that's basically the central message that Lexi Boger and I will have today, is that we are recommending a pilot program, which are general concepts and ideas. We got off into the weeds today about the specifics of funding and how we're going to make this program work. But I think Lexi's message today and my message today is give us the opportunity going forward, whether that takes 3 months, 6 months, whatever time frame that be. And apparently we have 2 years to work the problem. So that's what we're asking for today, is the time and the flexibility to work the problem. So the question is, from a larger policy sense, why do we go through this grief and difficult challenge to create a new crop in El Dorado County? And the answer is the future of El Dorado ag is not guaranteed. And that's where I came in. I know the history of agriculture. The Apple Hill Growers Association, the concept for that was created in our living room when Ed Delfino, Dick Bethel, and Gene Bolster got together and said, we have a disaster. El Dorado pear industry at that time was the largest pear industry in America. Had the Ag Commissioner not stepped up and said, how are we going to deal with this problem? The option was to let the ag industry die. And as we know, in the Board of Supervisors
disclosure, which I'll show you to later, 58% of the cropland in El Dorado County since the 1950s has been converted to residential housing. So we now have rooftops where pear trees once were. And so that's, you know, obviously that's the large policy question we're dealing with here. So the pear industry failed, it's extinct. Our timber industry was made extinct by public policy. There is no more timber industry in El Dorado County. And where are those millions of dollars in revenue that our schools would love to have today? I guarantee you they'd love to have that tax revenue today. Our cherry industry was almost 500 acres at one point, and only in the last 10 years, a disease called buckskin came along, wiped it out. We have no more cherry industry. Apples, the Chinese planted over 1 million acres of apples in the 80s and 90s. And prior to that, the processing price of apples was sufficient to allow a grower to sell at the end of the year, whatever fruit they didn't sell at wholesale at a profit or direct to the consumer through our Apple Yield program. You could ship that off to the processor and get your money back for the cost of production. That processing price collapsed. We now have half the apples in the ground that we had since the mid 1980s. So, you know, obviously the message is that the future of agriculture is not guaranteed. We now have a disease in the vineyard crop and our wine grape crop. It's called red blotch. UC Davis scientists have identified red blotch as the new phylloxera, and phylloxera is what wiped
Time
out
at 5 minutes.
Wiped out the industry in the first place. So why does it matter? Because the rural quality of life, and it matters because the Board of Supervisors say it matters. So as you know, the board made into the county code a disclosure for all individuals buying property, real property in El Dorado County. And in it, the board laid out the rationale for keeping rural property rural and sustaining and supporting our ag lands. So the board made it the law of the land to keep our rural quality of life rural. And how do we move forward in the future? It's leadership by people like Dick Bethel, who envisioned a new wine grape industry, a new winery industry. Dick Bethel, Gene Bolster, Ed Delfino, all those people had a vision, a compelling vision of a better future for El Dorado County. Dick Aiken, it took us, dragged us kicking and screaming into the acquisition of Project 184. After 2 droughts, we own five alpine lakes now. Where would we be without grape grower Dick Aiken, without Dick Bethel's inspiration for Dick Aiken to grow grapes, and Dick's inspiration to protect agriculture and join the EID board? People in El Dorado Hills are going to turn their tap tonight, and they don't know that Dick Aiken is one of the guys during the drought that provided the leadership to give them water.
Thank you, David.
So leadership is critical, and we asked the board for their leadership in terms of agricultural policy going forward, and look at that as a larger public policy issue here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Lexi Boger with CDAC. First, I'd like to thank you guys.
Would you help us understand what CDAC is? We use acronyms and some people probably don't understand it.
Communities and Economic Development Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Yep, and I'm the lead on the hemp subcommittee, and also worked with the ag commissioners on our joint committee between the two to work on this project. So very happy to have spent this year working on the task we put in front of us to research this industry. We did a lot of work. We were asked to come back and say, did we think this is a viable thing for agriculture from an economic lens? And indeed, we do think it is. Dave said a lot of the things I would like to cover, but so we'll just skip those and keep it into time. But yeah, keep us rural. I mean, this is the war cry of El Dorado County these days. But I think what people don't realize is those big zoned parcels are because of agriculture. And if agriculture is not viable, we don't get to keep that zoning. So is our agriculture really viable? Right now, the El Dorado, or actually all of the wine industry is seeing a flattening for the next 10, 20 years. We're looking at 1 or 2% growth. That's because of demographics. And right now it costs more to farm an acre of grapes than you can sell it for. So Sorry, I'm nervous to talk in front of you guys.
Wow.
So does the hemp industry have challenges? Yes, it does. Challenges create problems and problems demand solutions, and solutions require innovation, and we need innovation to move forward and be viable in this county. And just as a little perspective, I think where we are is that we've presented this recommendation to do a pilot program. All of these concerns are viable. Let's get into them when we do the work of trying to create that program in the ordinance. This stuff may or may not work out. We're not saying it's a go, but let us work the problem, like Dave said, and give us the time to do that before we just ban it outright. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. Okay, Kim, if you then open it up for general public comment at this point.
Now taking public comment on item number 51. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, also on CDAC and part of Lexi's committee. We've been working diligently over the last 6 months or so to come back to your Board of Supervisors with information we feel is important in decision-making. I didn't know that we would have this particular item before you today. I thought we would have an item where we would discuss the topic, the matter, and then be able to make decisions about how we saw it going and how we would progress going forward. But in essence, we're now defending our position, which we feel is actually equal to or maybe even better than the proposal that's on the agenda today. What I'm saying is that when I met Supervisor Parlin on Main Street at the Hangtown Days, and she said a little bit about what was going on with the ad hoc committee. One of the things I told her was, I'm going to read the Farm Bill. And I didn't realize at the time it was the 2014 Farm Bill. And then after reading the 2014 Farm Bill, I read the 2018 Farm Bill. I know enough about this subject to be able to say at this point in time, I don't think there's enough today that's been said by staff to justify the item that is on your agenda today by staff. I believe that we are equal, though we only get 5 minutes for the Ag Commission and then 5 minutes for CDAC. I think we're equal in terms of the presentation, in terms of how much time we should get. As you know, there's a lot of attachments, Supervisor Heidel, that are on this item. Those attachments are all important. Every single one of them is important. But at the same time, I don't know how many people have read them all. I read them all because I wanted to know what the other side was saying related to what we were going to be doing going forward or not going forward. I am saying right now that I am as much in support of two things. One, that we extend the temporary moratorium and that we not do the permanent moratorium. To add a third thing, I'm looking for the demonstration project. Not that it's already dictated to what it's going to be. Oh, it's going to be the size of 10 farms. No, it doesn't have to be that way. Your board can decide what it's going to be. What size of demonstration would satisfy us? How much time do I have? 10 seconds. This is what bothers me most about it. I'm passionate about the subject. As you know, Supervisor Thomas, this is extremely important, and I have enjoyed working with your person here, Lexi. I've enjoyed working with her, and I've given her the best advice I could from a governmental perspective. Hopefully she appreciates what I've offered, and I hope you appreciate the fact that I put a lot of time in on this item. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Supervisors, Rod Miller, El Dorado County Growers Alliance. Our members have grown hemp under the prior program. They invested money. They had successful grows. There probably were some issues, and we began to develop experience. You tasked CDAC and the Ag Commission with presenting a recommendation for you, and they did. It was a real community process. They spent a lot of time. There was a lot of discussion at the Ag Commission about ag staffing and those types of issues. And they came up, I mean, look at what they came up with, a very reasonable, well thought out sort of pilot program that gives us the ability to get some more experience. It's limited, such that we can come back if there are problems and externalities. We can develop a more permanent program that reflects that. This is very reasonable. You've got to admit that, you know, a community process, that's what we need here. We need to involve the grassroots. At the ad hoc meetings, there were 5, 10 growers that talked about their experience. They want to continue in this business. The positives of building a new industry certainly outweigh the fears. I mean, at the very least, there's a person that's going to the farmer's market selling microgreens. People can put them in their salads. What is the problem with allowing that? I mean, the problem is that when we take activities in our county that really should be legal and we make them illegal, we're fundamentally taking away the freedoms and liberties of our citizens. That's the reality here. We can develop a new industry. The folks that want to grow, they'll find their markets, like the farmers market and microgreens, or folks have made salves, you know, they're developing their own products. It's the free market. It's how we advance our business and our community by working together to develop what's positive for our community. I asked for your leadership. The voters clearly voted for commercial cannabis. So certainly if they understand how innocuous hemp is, for that, they support that. So please help us get in this community process so that we can make progress here. We've kind of lost time. We've lost market advantage in both cannabis and hemp, and we need your leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod. Anyone else, please come forward. Who's present in the boardroom would like to speak?
Very good. Supervisors, my name is David Hardy. I own Somerset Gourmet Farm, certified organic farm in Somerset, also Hart Hemp. So I'm the one that's going to speak to you about the industry of the CBD health and beauty products. Hopefully you've read my letter I sent to all of you. This is the nefarious plant. You all are familiar with that. I grew it successfully for 2 years, and the Ag Commissioner on 2 occasions came out to inspect with the Deputy Ag Commissioner on my fields. We submitted with their accompaniment of the lab certified an analysis to confirm that in fact our hemp grown passed the below 0.3 THC level that's mandated by the state of California. This is what it looks like. This is official COA, and it passed as industrial hemp. I will add that I had 6 plots, 6 different GPS identified locations on my farm where we grew different cultivars. Cultivar is a different variety. It'd be like if you had watermelons, you had 6 different types of watermelons, but it was all a watermelon. In her taking of the samples, it required the same amount of time. When we walked around, 6 different samples were taken with the lab and staff. They did a great job. They were very thorough. They took GPS readings initially to know exactly what the extent of the location was, where it was located in the crosshairs of global position system. So for the 2 years, as a farmer, the crop showed potential. Initial sales were questionable because the raw material, like selling walnuts in shell, is a non-existent market. Now, what we did was we developed, and here's our label, Hart Hemp. We will have initiated in spring and the late winter this year, 7 different health and beauty products. We can't manufacture them here in California because there's no manufacturers, no processors. We are certified organic, USDA certified organic. So our biomass is shipped to a processor extractor in Oregon. Now, the rigorous, they go through quality control. They're certified organic also. They test.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
They test metals, microbials, terpenes, residual solvent analysis, pesticides. And so we know that all those tests are passed about the hemp that we grew. It comes back in finished products. We put our label on it and we sell it in California. At this point, the law does not allow us to ship it interstate, but we can sell the product as we're going to initiate in the state. I'll say one more thing. The Farm Bureau, the Chamber of Commerce, CDAC, the Ag Commission, and I believe if you ask most people the benefits of CBD and whether or not they would want hemp grown in El Dorado County, they would overwhelmingly.
Public comment at 4 minutes.
They would overwhelmingly agree. And that is, citizens have spoken.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and board members, Tom Van Nord. I submitted a letter. I don't know if everyone got it and was able to read it. If so, I appreciate it. I had a hemp license for 2 years. I have property in the Coloma Lotus Valley behind the fire station. I planted a very small crop, more out of curiosity to see how it works and learn something about it, thinking that it might be something that would almost be a boutique tourist kind of thing where people could come and see how hemp is grown and even pick their own or explore the benefits of CBD and so forth. And it was the first year I did it. I'm not really a hands-on type of a farmer, so I had help in doing it. And it was a fun project. It was successful. We harvested a crop. I invested a lot of money to do it because you have to prepare the ground. You have to have tanks. You have to have irrigation systems. I developed a brand name, formed an entity to manage this. And I was pretty disappointed when they decided to put a moratorium in place. I thought that they should have some idea of what these type of farms should be like. I thought that I was disappointed that they didn't allow the people that had successful farms without any complaints to continue as some sort of trial pilot program. I think there were 4 or 5 farms. There are 6 altogether. One farm had complaints, all the complaints. And Supervisor Palin said that if it hadn't been for those complaints, we wouldn't even be talking about hemp regulation because the other farms, such as mine, didn't have any problems. So I would like to see a pilot program developed. I think that the successful farmers that have grown in the past that were in compliance, didn't have any complaints, would be a good start for a pilot program. I think that they should be given the opportunity to continue. We invest a lot of resources to see this happen to begin with. There aren't any problems. The regulations that the Ag Commissioner talks about and the changes, that's something we have to deal with. But that should be our choice to be able to decide if we want to grow a crop and deal with those changes or not. I have to say I'm pretty disappointed that the Ag Commissioner would come up with a last minute recommendation that contradicts all of the work that was done by EDAC, the Ag Commissioner.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
And the countless hours of time and effort that went into the real experts addressing the farming issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And Sheriff, I was going to give you an opportunity to respond when staff responds, but please speak now as well.
I had the opportunity to come up during staff, so. Thank you, Board Sheriff John DiAgostini. I just want to make sure we also submitted some stuff into the record in Legistar. There was more than a couple issues this year that you've been told about. There was at least 5 major issues and some other minor ones. So I look at it as the pilot program over the last couple of years we've had, and for the most part, they failed. Now, there's a few bad apples in everything. I get that. But so far it has not proven out to be successful. I'm up here basically on a public safety issue. What's the best for public safety for our community? And one of those attachments, I believe, had over 109 or 108 pages to it. And those are cases throughout the state and throughout this nation right now in the last couple of years of issues surrounding hemp. As our ag commissioner stated, it looks just like weed, cannabis sativa, smells like it. It is the same plant. It's just a lower THC level, 0.3%, 0.03% or less. I don't want to go on and on about those issues, but from a perfectly just public safety standpoint, we do not support this. We support the ag commissioner's ban from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present in the boardroom would like to speak on this matter? Kim, if you'd open it up then for our Zoom participants.
With no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Paul Castillo.
Yes, thank you. Paul Castillo of Ramon Law and also a representative for Heart Hemp. I'd like to thank the board for their time this afternoon. Just on a quick note from a regulatory perspective, much was kind of noted regarding the lack of federal regulations. I think that's a little misleading. There are federal regulations in place. It's the idea of getting a plan approved, which is up to the state. It looks like that will occur. Even if it doesn't occur quickly and there is some type of contradiction between, state and federal law, it's no different than kind of what we're seeing with cannabis right now, right? Cannabis is legal at the state level, but illegal at the federal level. So from that perspective, I think that should be a non-issue, and we should only focus on what's happening here kind of at the state level. There is a very strong and robust regulatory regime in place. As David noted, the agriculture commissioner comes to the sites, tests the plants, make sure that the registrants are growing hemp and not cannabis. And as was also noted with the passing of AB 45, we now have a regulatory regime for hemp products to now enter the marketplace. Hemp is finally in a position from a regulatory perspective to flourish. We have registrations and whatnot in place. We now have AB 45 saying hemp products are going to be allowed for consumers. And to issue a ban at this particular moment just seems entirely unfounded. This really does have potential as an economic crop or as an agricultural crop. And it is recognized as an agricultural product at both the state and federal level. If we were talking about banning corn, I think, plenty of eyebrows would be raised, right? I think we need to treat it as an agricultural commodity and move forward. The idea that it's dangerous or we have armed gangs growing hemp, that's entirely unfounded. While there may be issues every once in a while, those are typically related to marijuana grows being disguised as hemp grows, which is a completely separate issue. And given that the county now has a cannabis ordinance in place and a cannabis regulatory regime, those two items can kind of hopefully work themselves out. Thank you again for your time. And would just, again, like to restate, my opposition to the ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Now taking public comment from Glenn Krakow.
Hi, Glenn Krakow from El Dorado Hills. You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Glenn.
And I am chair of CDAC. I apologize, I'm out of town, so I couldn't be there today. But the Ag Commission and CDAC have put a lot of time in this, as well as the Ag Commissioner and Econ Development. And basically what we're really asking is to acknowledge that this is a viable economic product. There are markets for the product. There's a company in Diamond Springs making equipment for the processing of hemp into CBD product. Other areas of our county can be positively affected by this. And what we're asking for is just not a permanent ban at this point. Many counties have an ordinance in place where they do have growers successfully growing hemp. I believe there may be a few that are doing a pilot program. And all we're asking is at the end of the day that the board request staff to move forward. And I know Econ Development has already said they would, as well as the two committees, to help to work the process to develop an ordinance. We're not asking for growers to go out today and grow hemp. We're asking for the ability to put in place a pilot program to develop an ordinance. Whereas before, we also have the growers because they did it before, but without a structure. And so I think this will put some structure to it and help it move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn.
Now taking public comment from Lee Tenenbaum.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Lee Tannenbaum. I'm the CEO of Cybel Holdings. I submitted a letter, and I wasn't going to go verbatim and read the letter back to you, but there are a couple salient points that I do want to talk about. The sheriff just stood up and said that he has presented 101 pages of hemp crimes that have been committed. Of those 101 pages, 3 hemp crimes committed in the entire state in all of the United States. In all of the US, 3 hemp crimes in 2021. Every other crime that is in that PowerPoint presentation was from 2019 and earlier. In 2021, there was 21,500 hemp farms in this country. And if you do the math, that means that there was less than 0.01% of crimes committed at licensed hemp farms in this country. Compare that to robberies of other businesses. There's 64,000 in California alone. And you talk about drugs in general, the crime rate around drugs has gone down over the last 10 years, not up. And this is from the state attorney general's report. This is not me being subjective. This comes straight from the attorney general. One of those major busts on hemp was an illegal bust. And it was actually a government licensed research facility. So that county's sheriff is being sued for being overzealous. I think my problem with this whole thing, and as a hemp grower, and admittedly, I had a failed crop because I did not know what I was doing. But if I were to do it again, I am absolutely certain that I would have a good crop. But I think my problem is that somehow the El Dorado Sheriff's Organization has inserted themselves into decision-making processes and policies, and it's not their purview. Their purview is to enforce the laws that this board and this county makes, not to make policy. And so, I can, there's some of the stuff that is very troubling, particularly since I listened into the CDAC meetings and the Ag Board hearing and was a part of the ad hoc committee. And until a week ago, our commissioner was absolutely in favor of moving this hemp program forward. And I don't know what the issue was, but I do have some thoughts. And I'm going to leave those for now, but I will say it reeks of collusion and is a bit nefarious that the mind was suddenly miraculously changed. The other thing, and the person that complained the most is the wife of the deputy sheriff. And frankly, because of the position that the sheriff has now taken on a federally legal
Comment at 3 minutes.
I will be done in 1 second. I believe that the sheriff and the sheriff's department should not be commenting on this because the majority of the complaints of this hemp grow came from the wife of a deputy sheriff. Instead of a permanent ban, let's let the work that has begun get completed. That by CDAC, the Ag Board, the Chamber of Commerce, and public all support this. Let's find a plan that works and not just
throw our hands to the wind because we have a couple people that have said they don't want this to work, and for whatever reason. Let's go with the right thing to do. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lee.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. Ken Greenwood, again, newly minted District 3. I hear what the sheriff is saying. I hear what the others are saying. This is tough. This is like forming that choir. You don't want to be involved, if you will, but yes, there are crimes being committed by people, probably mostly hijack type of situations, if you will, because some people are too stoned to understand the difference between hemp and pot, if you will. And that's a sad thing. And people have become increasingly violent in their mannerisms and such to take what somebody else has done, if you will. And I think that the testimony with respect to take a chance is there. We need to diversify our agricultural commodities here in the county because, as we have learned before, with pears, with cherries, etc., a blight can come in and knock it out. I'm sure there's something that blights cannabis plants, but I don't know of it yet. But anyway, I think there's to permanently ban this or whatever, install a permanent ban, or versus give the opportunity for another year to elapse and further, hate to say it, further study. I think that's your best opportunity here. Letting it go away or making it go away, pardon me, might be not a great decision. Options are good, and we should take advantage of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
So I would invite anyone who's a member of staff or the sheriff's department to go ahead and make comments on any of the public comments that were made. If you have any additional clarification, anything else that would like to be stated before we ask Charlene if she has any final comments. So any response from staff outside of our ag commissioner? Okay, seeing none. And Charlene, do you have any final thoughts on this before we bring it back to the board for deliberation?
Well, two things. One, obviously, we were as a department, very disappointed in the few that the sheriff found that did have illegal grows on it. That has been weighing on my mind since that has happened. And once again, it's that permanent word. Because if you do go ahead and extend the interim moratorium, that is basically the end. At the end of next year would be the end of our temporary bans. So we have to look at what do we do beyond that. And the reason why I would use the word permanent right now, and that honestly does not mean that it is permanent. The board could choose to go a different direction at any point and rescind the permanent ban. But there's just enough issues on the regulatory front with this particular crop that it just makes it difficult. And the difference between this crop and cannabis is that it is legal at the state level and the federal level, and we still have regulations that don't mesh up yet. And so that makes it a very difficult problem.
Okay, thank you for that. So back to the board for any questions or additional comments.
I got some questions and
Yes, I hereby
Okay,
close the
sorry.
public hearing. Thank you, Kim. Supervisor Turnbull.
I just want some questions answered because I was looking at Blue Forest Farms and some of the things that Lexi, thank you for bringing that to me, looking at it. But I have some questions here because it says here with Blue Ridge Farms, obviously they've been growing for a long time. they said that 2.5 to 3 tons worth of fiber, the average price fiber changes, but it's somewhere around $250 to $300 per acre or per ton. And using these numbers, the estimated profit could be somewhere around $480 per acre. Some of the figures that you have, $24,000 an acre. I don't understand. When you go to seeds, it says here it's anywhere from 60 to 65 cents, which is a small number, which is per pound. You could expect harvest around 1,000 pounds of hemp seed per hemp acre of hemp. That's $300 to $350 per acre. Now, when we go to oil, you had down here anywhere from, let's see, CBT, 625,000. Their estimate here is anywhere from $2,500 to $75,000 an acre. So I don't understand when you have actually a farm that's actually harvesting it with these numbers, and you put these numbers there that you have, it's not feasible to me. How can you make any money, especially not including the cost, the equipment, and all the other stuff that goes along with it? That's what I just don't understand. I don't know how you arrived at these numbers. You know, to me, it doesn't, it's way off base. So that's why I want some clarification on that, because it seems like to me, it's not a very profitable to me to grow the hemp, especially when there's Blue Ridge Farms is talking about how much they could really make. It doesn't seem profitable, especially if they've been doing this for a long time. So that's one of the questions that I have.
Ideally, that question would have been answered before we got to
Right, exactly.
meeting today, but recognizing that, let's take the other comments and then let's figure out where to go from there. Because I know Supervisor Nova still had some other things.
Yeah, I just had a question for Charlene, because, you mentioned that if we do go the temporary way, then we have one more year and then we'd have to make a decision. And that you like the permanent ban because then we could permanent ban and then decide at any time. Couldn't we turn that around and say, right now, and that's my question is, could we go temporary ban now and decide whether we want to make it permanent in a year, depending on what kind of research we see?
Right. And once again, I was just asking for direction.
I just trying to figure.
Yeah.
out
And I think, either way, we would have to be prepared and have it ready so that we don't run into a time crunch if that were the case.
And do you feel that within a year, we could get a better handle on understanding if we were to do a pilot program? Would that give us enough information that we would have? I mean, I would imagine if we did a pilot program and that we would have more information available to us. That
We would
seem
definitely
logical.
have more information. Would it be enough information to know how to set up an ordinance? I'm not really sure.
You don't
Because especially, if we're going to move forward just with a small amount of growers. And research that's going on in the state is pretty limited. It's mostly looking at pests of hemp. And actually, I'm not even sure that the original UC Davis researcher will be available to do anything because she just got, along with some colleagues, a big grant to do research on smoke taint on grapes.
But that's what I thought was an interesting point is we don't have the research, and wouldn't it benefit us to do research in our county to understand what the issues are? Because it sounds like we don't really know what the issues are at this point. So wouldn't that make sense to do research?
It could make sense.
Okay.
I think we have a list of suspect issues.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have a quantification on how significant they are for our
Here.
particular environment.
There, I just want to hear from Charlene what she really thought on that.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So Charlene, I have a kind of a parallel question. How long would you anticipate it would take to prepare this permanent ban ordinance? It seems to me like that's a pretty quick activity, months, not a year, correct?
Correct.
How long would it be before we were able to get results back from a pilot program? Should we go that direction? Would those results be available in September, October, November? I'm just trying to figure out timelines. Is there a parallel thing here that might make sense that we make sure we get within the 1-year moratorium period we're talking about?
Because harvest tends to be September, October.
Yep.
We would be probably cutting it very close, but
If we had a draft permanent
Mhm.
ban ordinance ready to go, could we have those two converge and say, here's the results, this looks like it's viable? Would there be enough time then to put in a reasonable ordinance that wouldn't, basically dictate the permanent ban? Or I'm trying to figure out how many things you'd have to go in parallel to meet this 1 year time frame, and I'm having a struggle
I'm looking to
figuring out the
Danny a
sequence of
little.
all those things, because I don't know the timelines required.
Hi, Danny Nicola again. So as far as how long it would take to draft a ordinance that's a permanent ban, that's a relatively quick process, and we would take probably most of that language that's already in our urgency ordinance. We would just adapt that. That wouldn't take too long.
So approximately 30 days, 60 days, give me an idea.
I will move as fast as I am needed to go.
Okay.
The things that we have to keep in mind is the timing requirements in the government code. As far as when you adopt an ordinance, you do have to have first and second reading, and then it takes 30 days afterwards. So that's probably the timing thing you should keep in mind of any ordinance you draft. That's what the timing would be.
Waive the first reading and do the second as we've done before. So looking at maybe 45
You
days.
could expedite, because I'm thinking back where we got to the last discussion we had about a pilot program, and it was just too rushed. We couldn't put something together in terms of the growing season. I think we have the opportunity now with the decision that would be made today to put that pilot program together, to get it orchestrated, to allow whatever potential growers want to enter into that to procure their starting products, et cetera, et cetera. So it seems like we have the timeline today that we didn't have when we were looking at it last year in terms of trying to rush and find a way to make it happen. So is that a reasonable expectation, Charlene, from your perspective? Do you think we can accommodate? You mentioned staff issues. I don't want to have to sit down and say, okay, we're going to knock this and this and this off the things that you're doing now to accommodate this. So I'm trying to get a sense of how much staff time it would take to do this.
Well, and once again, I mean, you're looking at how, we would just kind of be guessing in a sense, because
Right.
we would, are we going to put in some setbacks? Are we going to limit the size of the grows? I mean, that's all stuff that we would have to have some discussion of. And if we wanted to get it in place.
We had some
before-
standard recommendations from the ad hoc committee. So
Okay.
yes, we're not starting from a clean sheet, but yes.
Well, not completely, but we don't, there is a lot of details that are not in those
Right.
sheets.
Understand.
Yeah, so it would still be, we'd be looking at putting things into place before, the end of April. If we wanted to have a grow season for this year.
Okay. Wendy?
First of all, I appreciate everyone's thoughts on this. This is a complex issue. And I want to, approach these issues very critically and thoughtfully, recognizing that there are a lot of conflicts in this issue. It's the fact that it's a legal crop by the 2018 Farm Bill, that it's an agricultural commodity protected under our right to farm, that in our ag element of the general plan, it talks about, I think it's that we will expand agricultural uses under that. So that's kind of a conflict within me. I also recognize the really, really strong concerns and conflicts with our law enforcement and safety issues. I was horrified reading through the PowerPoint presentation that you attached to this item. I think all of us are horrified at those conflicts, those confusions, none of us want agricultural crops to be patrolled by armed guards in our communities. None of us want that. So horrified at that potential. I also recognize that pears and hemp are maybe not quite an apples to apple comparison, and that there are quality of life issues here. That said, well, let's see, I also understand that from a public safety lens, the issue path forward is very clear. From an agricultural lens, which is what we tasked CDAC and the Ag Commission do, that's a different lens and that's a different path forward. So how do we reconcile the two? And as we were talking about, we're not starting from scratch. both those committees and commissions have done a lot of work this year. And I think through that process and working with you, a lot of issues have been raised that we hadn't quite understood the depths of last year when this very messy item came before us. And so I certainly want the rest of my fellow supervisors to weigh in on this, but I'm playing with that. Perhaps we approve the interim, extend the interim moratorium for a year, allow our joint working committee that has already been developed, that has already been looking into this, to work through the issues that have been raised through this process. And I'm talking about the law enforcement safety issues, the impact to neighbors, the county cost to regulate a program, and our limited internal staffing capacity, and allow them to work through all those issues to see if we can mitigate those, and in that process, and either, if they can work through all those issues, which are big, and either bring back to us an ordinance by the end of next year, an ordinance on an industrial hemp ordinance or a pilot program, or an ordinance for the permanent ban of hemp, if they can't work through those issues. That's kind of where I'm thinking about. So I'm going to throw that up to my fellow board members. So
I guess one thing I would like to ask Kyle if he's okay with doing is comment from an economic development perspective. We've heard from the Ag Commission relative to their perspectives. This could be a significant crop in El Dorado County, but from your perspective, Kyle, knowing you work closely with CDAC, do you see that importance elevated based upon what we know today, as opposed to some things I didn't know until today in terms of how healthy our ag community is with the crops and stuff? Because it's a major part of economic development in El Dorado County. And I would hate to circumvent the opportunity for something new to come in, recognizing that some of the crops that have historically been successful here appear to be waning. So particularly the wine grape stuff, that was news to me. That's a huge impact if we have those kinds of problems going forward.
Yeah, and I think Kyle's on economic development. I think, we are tasked with promoting, expanding agricultural, recreational, and tourism aspects as part of our strategic plan. But I think the pilot program would really vet that stuff out. I mean, as far as it being the crop and the numbers that come out, I think, like Supervisor Timber was saying, seeing varying numbers from an actual operation to the numbers that were on the report. I don't know how you get those actual numbers without having something to report on. So is there potential with our climate and everything that we have in this county to offer that crop? Yes, but I don't know with the enforcement and all the other stuff it's going to take from staff time with other departments, how that, pencils out from our regulating it. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for that, but there's definitely a potential there. I think we've seen that through the reports and from the both the commissions. But I think without having more data on what's actually producing, we wouldn't really know. So
Kyle, in answer to Supervisor Turnbull's question about how much it really makes, do you have an idea? You say it's hard, but do you have better data?
I don't. I mean, we tasked the CDAC group with actually running those reports and those numbers, and I was there kind of just guiding them as the county staff. But I don't know the sources and all that stuff. So they were the ones who kind of came up with
This is an exception, but Lexi, please come and provide that answer that we can't get from staff, because you did a ton of work. The CDAC committee did a ton
And I
of
was
work.
curious to get that answer.
It's really confusing. I don't know if you guys remember the slide from our presentation that showed all of the different products from the hemp plant. There was like 65 on there, everything from oils to textiles to foods to CBD and all that stuff. So depending on what your end product is, you're growing this plant for in different ways. So it was agronomic, big, huge, thousands of acres to do textiles versus very, very small horticultural crops to do really expensive, very fine flour for high-end CBD medicinal use. So those flowers are selling for, $800 an ounce online, but then it's only hundreds of dollars per ton when you're harvesting an agronomic, big crop for a textile or a paper or something. So really it's a very, very, very diversified plant, and it really just depends.
There's
So
a
that's
large
why-
range of expected
Right, so I.
return on investment.
Yeah, so on that paper, I said the national median in 2020, and this was from Hemp Benchmarks, which was benchmarking all these national prices. They combined all hemp, so from the most high end by the ounce stuff to the cheapest by the ton stuff, and they came up with $4 a pound. So that's your low end, but that still comes out to 24,000 an acre. And of course, in the report, it says that's not the type of farming El Dorado County is going to do. We have the terrain is going to be for the high end CBD flower production. So that's why I pulled that out. That type for bulk CBD hemp flower, which is what would grow here, averaged $250 a pound in 2020. That's $625,000 an acre.
Thank you for that clarification. Hopefully, George, you understood.
Well, I mean, I'm just
Additional
looking at
input?
it here and it doesn't make any sense. It still is not clarified to me because, I mean, this is actual producer of hemp. And it says completely something different. So that's some of the concerns that I have. So, and if it's not feasible to grow this, you know, I mean, if you're not getting the right amount of money per acre, why would you even do it? There, you know, sometimes you wonder if there's another reason. So
I think that's one of the issues that maybe the working group needs to work through, especially the cost to regulate it, what it would be in our local industry, if it is even profitable, working out some of those challenges, because it is a complex and emerging industry that we don't have all those answers. I mean, it's a good question. Yeah, it would have to be profitable. And if it's not,
well,
why do it?
and then one thing, I mean, is
But ag is at risk. It's
Right.
always at risk.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things is staffing. Are we going to have to hire more staff to be able to run this? A couple more people or whatever it's going to cost the county? Are they going to reimburse the people that have these hemp farms? Are they going to reimburse the county to support the staff? Because that could end up being very costly. Could even be very costly to them. That's some of the concerns that I have. That's all.
Yep. Lori, you had your button pushed here. So yeah,
I have a lot.
go ahead.
So I guess the bottom line truly of all of this is that, and it was in every staff report, every conversation, is marijuana and hemp are the same plant. And that's the root of the concerns about this crop. And there have been instances, it's documented, where there were some hot THC marijuana grows within hemp farms. And it's concerning to me that if you're not following the best management practices carefully, or inadvertently even, the same plant that starts off as hemp can become hot. So right there, it's a volatile crop in itself, which is concerning. Rod, I really appreciated what you said about the voters. They do support marijuana. They supported what I'm going to call your ballot measures. You helped create that ordinance. And the reason they supported it is because they wanted to get rid of the illegal market. They wanted the setbacks that were in the ordinances. They wanted the environmental analysis that were in those ordinances. They wanted the security measures. All of that are in those ordinances for the same plant. Supervisor Heidel, I distinctly remember during our ad hoc committee on this, you had said, and it kind of made sense at one point, it's the same plant. Why don't we just have, if a hemp farmer wants to do this, follow the same ordinances we already have in place? Because it would take care of all those concerns. Creating a new program right now with our staff and our county stretched so thin concerns me. Setting up another working group, we already have, and remember, nothing we do in El Dorado County, none of these programs touch just one department, not one of them. Code enforcement gets the brunt of everything. Planning gets involved, ag, our law enforcement on everything. And we already are up to our eyeballs, quite honestly, trying to get a homeless program going. It's a top priority, and it's taken all hands on deck. We started another recent work group on fire resiliency because extremely important. Again, we are just sucking at resources, staff time. You and I are going to be embarking on another ag issue with ranch marketing and the wine ordinance, which I really want to get it in order so that we can help support our ag community, and it's going to stretch us even thinner. So I really appreciate all the research that's gone into this, CDAC and the Ag Commission. But remember, and I say this to my representatives that I put on committees, your committees are only advisory, and keep that in mind. We are the decision makers. We have to have the staff and the resources to run programs. So we do appreciate your input, but keep that in mind. And also timber, we're trying to work on getting biomass in the county. Timber, that's an ag product. So, that's another thing that we are focused on. So I support the recommendations that are here on our agenda today from our ag commissioner, our CAO, and our sheriff. I think we need to let this particular crop settle itself out. We don't have to be part of the experiment. Other counties are struggling with this. They really are. Let them struggle and figure it out. We have warehouses full of products sitting there. It was said at meetings I listened in that there really isn't a market for this right now. So, and the very first page of well, maybe it's the second page, but snapshot from CDAC says hemp is an emergency industry, volatility due to confusion over regulations, gaps in infrastructure, supply chain, inexperienced farmers, and other impacts. I just don't think we need to be in that mix. I just don't. So that's where I'm coming from. I think we have our hands full with other things in El Dorado County that are just a higher priority right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Yeah, I just do want to make one point. There's a difference between social services and issues where we are using our resources, not necessarily to create something, but to prevent loss of home, prevent homelessness. These are social issues in my mind. What we're talking about today is economic development, and that's exciting. It's exciting to talk about a new crop. I don't know if it's going to work. We all have a lot of questions on this, but I'm willing to give it a shot because I think it is important. I think the idea of growing our community and exactly what I've heard Supervisor Parlin saying before is she wants to keep everybody rural, and that is ag. It is a huge part of keeping us rural is using agriculture. And so I think it really gets down to our strategic plan and what do you want to see here going forward? I think this is a forward-thinking idea. Correct. We've got a lot of questions that need to be answered, but let's give it a shot. We have one more year of doing temporary and see what happens, because this is not a drain per se. Hopefully this will be something where it will provide more resources for us, plus keep us in an agricultural focus where we have more rural areas. So I think if it works, give it a shot, see if it works. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we can come back next year and decide it's not for us. It's just my reply on that. That's it. Thank you.
So I'm going to take a shot at a motion.
Okay.
All right. So it's a three-part motion. I move that we, number one, approve the extension of the interim moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp for all purposes within the unincorporated areas of the County of El Dorado for 12 months. And two, direct staff and the Joint Working Committee on Industrial Hemp to continue to explore if the concerns raised in regards to law enforcement and safety issues, impact to neighbors, county cost to regulate, and internal staffing capacity can be successfully addressed in an ordinance. And three, by the end of 2022, either bring back an ordinance for an industrial hemp ordinance or a pilot program, or an ordinance for the permanent ban on industrial hemp.
Okay, for discussion purposes, we're not talking about an ad hoc committee activity at
No.
all. You're just directing staff to work this with our advisory committees and
That has already been working on this issue, not a new committee, not additional board members, just continue their work on seeing if they can address the issues that have been raised in their work this year, if they can be successfully addressed in an ordinance.
so the one thing I heard Charlene say that I would like to ask, relative to the timing, she said, if
Okay.
we don't know by April on a pilot program or something, rather, it's probably game over. So I would like to see a report out some point that's a decision gate that says, okay, we know which direction we have to go now because we're unable to get there versus we're still on course. We can get there. Let's proceed with whatever that is, right? Because to wait until the end of the year to bring this back to me is too long. It's too volatile.
Yeah, I would hope that it would come back before that, but giving them the flex, but I'm not thinking I'm not expecting that maybe that they will come back with an ordinance for this growing season. I mean, it's to take this year to see if they can really flesh all this out and bring back either a pilot program, an ordinance on industrial hemp, or a ban. And they have this year to figure that out.
So
That's
there
kind of my
would
thought.
be no growth season in 2022
Right.
for him.
Right.
Definitely none.
If they could put it together and they think they can do that, that's one thing,
Well,
but it's,
A working group has no authority to create an ordinance or anything, and we would have to have an ordinance in place. So in my mind, there's no way.
It's got to come from staff
Given
back
what-
to the
right.
board.
so to have
If you wanted a pilot program, it would have to come back to the board in a very timely
Recognize
manner,
it,
like March.
I don't know if these issues can be addressed. I don't think the working group knows if if these issues can be addressed on a pilot program this year.
Maybe we need to be more specific then,
Okay.
because what is
That's what I'm
it,
thinking. We need
what
to
is it you want them to address? They've laid everything out. Everything's volatile. What can they address at this point?
Well, it's a matter of seeing how other jurisdictions are handling the law enforcement issues, the safety concerns, the setback to neighbors, the setback issues, seeing if we do have the staff capacity, seeing what our cost structure would need to be in order to have a program, and is that a profitable industry for our growers? It's working through these issues.
But I don't think that an advisory working group has what's the right word, authority, capability to determine if we have the staffing resources. That's exactly what was brought to us today is our ag commissioner who runs our ag program and our staff, our sheriff and our CAO all recommended that we not do this because of the resources, the volatility, all of that. So an advisory group can't change any of that. They can't. So I don't see what would change after they spend more time. What would change? Do you understand what I'm saying?
The only thing that could possibly change is the development of a specific program for a pilot, right? That could be laid out and defined, and then we can bring it back to the board and say, yes, this makes sense, get staff's input on what it's going to cost, look at what kind of fees would be, do a feasibility at that point in time when we have a decision that's available to us because we have the information. But short of working on a pilot plan and running out the details, you got to get down very deep in those details. If we don't do that, then I think we're just kicking off a year waiting for the inevitable, and I don't see a benefit to that. So
And when you're talking a feasibility study, if it's feasible, is that again something that a working group can do? It seems to me that that's something that county needs to be involved in. So I'm not really sure.
I think
again, if this
staff would
is-
have to be involved with that
Right.
working group.
And
Yes.
we just talked about how staff is stretched thin and doesn't have
Yes.
time to do their existing work. And we're taking on all these other issues in El Dorado County right now. I just don't see that, like you're saying, Supervisor Arnold, spinning our wheels more and churning more on the same thing is going to get us a different result. We're
So-
still going to have to engage staff. We can't send it off to a working group anymore.
So if it's the direction of the board to make this a priority, then it can be done. It is similar to what we've done in the past with our land use, with a lot of other issues, is if we're today saying this is a priority, we want staff to come back and figure out a way for this.
Something
to
else
work.
won't get done. That's what it
That's
amounts
right.
to.
Okay, so then that's the decision we're making today
Correct.
is this a priority
Is it a
compared
priority?
to all the other things that we have going on in El Dorado County? That's really the bigger question then, correct?
So
It
part of the
is.
discussion, sure.
And to me, ag is a major priority. I think we have to,
Again,
Of course it is, John. Don't be ridiculous.
Well, I mean,
I
but
make
this is a
statement
new
like
crop
this.
related to ag that could open up some new
Well, but
opportunities
we're
that aren't
working
there.
on cannabis right now. We're on the verge of getting some actual farms
Mm.
approved with our ordinances that Rod Miller helped, get in the county.
Hang
So
on, guys.
why don't we pursue that and use our resources on that, that the voters told us to do with very specific setbacks and security measures. That's already in place and we just need to follow that. And remember too, Supervisor Hano, you were there. Many of the hemp growers said that hemp was their plan B.
Mhm.
They were just waiting to get the marijuana going.
Many, but not
So-
all. Yes.
Sure. So why are we spinning our wheels on this? Let's just say no. When the industry settles down, maybe we won't even have anybody interested by then because we might have some actual marijuana farms in place by then. The sheriff can then focus on getting rid of the illegal grows. And that was the whole point of those measures. Let's not create another distraction for our county.
I don't think it's a distraction.
We have, there was a motion and a second on the table though.
Well,
And-
and we're having discussion.
I know,
about it.
I know, I recognize that. I recognize
Let
that.
me make my second motion, then I will.
I will amend my first motion. And then you can make a second motion.
Okay.
Not that you need my permission. No. John, you were talking about wanting a timeline for them to come back to us in an earlier time frame. And so what was your recommendation on that?
Well, to develop a detailed plan for a pilot program and to come back to the board no later than, help me, Charlene, the end of March? Is that the kind of timing it would take to be able to,
Able to get a pilot program up and running.
for a pilot program on industrial hemp?
Or is it June? Could it be June? No,
No, yeah.
March, April?
If you wanted to actually implement a pilot program this year, I would say it'd have to be March or April.
Okay.
So
If
pick one of
you,
those
if you want
dates.
to take the time to go through everything and implement for next year, possibly, then I would say give us more time to work on it.
I want to give them the time to really, I don't want to rush this. I want to know if all of the concerns that have been raised through this process can be mitigated. I don't want to rush it. And if they can't, I don't want to do it. And so I want to give them the time by the end of the year to come back, whether we're positioning ourselves for next year growing season or not. And so that's, I don't want to rush
You're not
this.
amending your original.
I'm
motion.
not, no.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
right, that stands in.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want them.
I still
to rush.
honestly don't see though, what's gonna change
No,
with a
we'll see.
working group. I don't see it. We still have volatility in this industry. We still have staffing in Elrod County. I mean, our budget reports always show it. We do a lot with very little. That's just who we are as a county. And I'm concerned that we are spreading our departments even thinner. So my second motion will be to, what is it? I'm so tired. I'm sorry. To support the recommendation of the agricultural commissioner, the recommendation of the sheriff, and the recommendation of the CAO to extend the interim moratorium and develop an ordinance for a permanent ban on industrial hemp. And mind you, that doesn't mean forever, you guys, it's just that we don't have to bring it back again. When things settle down, if we want to go there, we can always go there. So the word permanent, I know sounds kind of permanent, but it's truly not. We can bring back just about anything we want. So that's my motion.
So you're basically approving.
Staff's recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
Yeah, but I just wanted to point out that that's also the recommendation of the sheriff and our CAO.
Pointed that out. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion? Sounds like it dies for lack of a second.
Wow, that's interesting.
Okay, so I think we're back to the first motion. So I'm gonna ask for roll call, Kim, just so this is very clear, since this is somewhat contentious.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
The Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Hopefully staff got enough out of that in terms of clarification. We may have to have Daniel.
I would like
yes?
to make one clarification note there. The urgency ordinance itself
Yes.
needs a 4 votes. That you can have a separate issue, that's fine, but the urgency ordinance has to be approved by 4.
Oh,
So. Not just the moratorium makes sense to me. It's kind of a separate question, but just the urgency ordinance before you is a urgent, it does have a supermajority vote. So.
So Daniel, you're
Oh.
suggesting they split the,
We
they
have to
vote on
split
each
it then.
recommendation?
Right,
then?
yes, they would have to
Right,
split
we're
it.
gonna
have to
split that up.
Okay,
That's
so
good.
we'll
Okay.
retract that last vote. I don't know how we do that officially, recognizing we have to
Can you
split the two
Put
subjects.
that out on the screen again so we can look at it.
Hold on a second.
Thank you for bringing that to our
Yeah, thank you
attention,
for that.
Daniel.
That changes a little bit.
That kind of went right by. So, all right. So Wendy, back to,
So this is the motion that I have right now that
Right.
Supervisor Thomas made. So in her motion, she did not adopt ordinance 5154.
So let's see.
I think that's what was understood
the
in item
intent.
1, but it certainly could be clarified that that constituted adoption of the ordinance.
so I think we're separating item 1 from 2 and 3. Is that?
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so my first
Yeah.
motion is to
Right.
approve the extension of the interim moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp for the purposes as stated there.
So keep that separate.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
it.
and
So I'll
authorize
second
the,
that.
yeah, authorize the chair to sign an urgency ordinance 5154, extending an interim moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp for 12 months.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion, second. Any further discussion? Again, we'll take a roll call vote, recognizing we need a 4/5 vote to extend this. So Kim, if you'd please do the roll call.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And then my second motion is number 2 and 3 on the screen. Do I need to read that again?
No, I'll
Don't think
second
so.
that.
Okay.
I think we've got that. So we have a motion, second on that. So again, roll call, please, Kim.
Okay, Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
On number 2,
On
2 and 3.
2 and
combined.
3.
It's up on the screen. I'm sorry, did you say no?
He's not
Oh,
said anything yet.
yeah, I'd say no on this.
okay. Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay.
Now we're legal.
Annie.
Thank you. All right, so I think we got through all the pulled items. We got through all of the department items. So I think we're probably, since we have closed session items remaining, we're probably ready to go to and from supervisors. So let's give a minute for the room to clear out and prepare for that.
All right, guys, we're still continuing here, guys. If you take any conversations outside, please. Thank you. That's right. Sorry, it's that mother in.
Okay, so we're on to and from. So do we have, let's have District 5 go if you're ready.
Sure, yeah. So last week was a very busy week. I attended the CSAC conference. It was really a great conference. Learned a lot. Had a lot of great networking. It started on the Monday with the Women's Forum. And so I went to the reception and sat and talked to women supervisors from all over the state, and it was excellent. And then it continued with various workshops, HHSA, Department of Justice. Gosh, again, I'm sorry, I don't have my notes with me, but lots of different workshops on a variety of subjects. But I'll report out. I just haven't had time since they didn't get back until late Friday. And to that point, I want to say on the way home, I stopped and in at the retirement celebration for Judge Kingsbury, which was excellent, and she deserves all the accolades. She was an excellent jurist. I think she's did an amazing job, and I was very proud of her being from Tahoe. But on top of that, she deserves all the credit. She did a great job with our Superior Court for all the many years that she was there. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sue. District 4.
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks. So on the right month on here? I didn't. I'm like, what month are we in? So it was the 16th was our last meeting, so the 17th, I guess. We had a fair board or fair association 2x2, and just letting everyone on the board know that we're making great progress on the draft agreement updates, and the Fair Board Association, I think, is going to look at it tomorrow at their meeting. And so we might have an update here at the board. Will we in January, maybe, Dawn? Yeah, probably. And so I just want to report out that it's coming, and it's going really well. So that's awesome. Then I attended the El Dorado County Fire Safe meeting, council meeting, and there's a lot of interest there in our biomass effort by the county, and also it sounds like they're collaborating with our fire resiliency work group quite a bit, and on those FEMA, there's a bunch of hazard mitigation grants out right now, so they're collaborating with us on that. And just an FYI, the free chipping program is open if anybody's interested in that. And then I also had a phone update with Jeff Horn at BLM. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I posted some photos of keeping in touch with Vicki Sanders and Parks, and then BLM and stuff. We were able to expand the parking at Cronin Ranch quite a bit, and it looks great. Everybody's excited. But the reality is that's not even the big project that might come to the board someday. There still might be a land swap. So we're working on that. And I just really appreciate all that collaboration. And our facilities team played a huge part on expanding that parking lot and all the gravel work. So it was fun. And then that evening there was the Amador El Dorado Forest Forum. They had a panel on biomass. Supervisor Turnbu was the speaker, and our consultant Greg Stanton was there and gave a brief update. And I understand that Greg met quite a few contacts in that effort. So that was really a good panel that we all attended. Let's see what there's another one. Oh, I had a meeting on the 23rd with Ken Payne from the Water Agency and a group of local cattle ranchers. We're still working with the Bureau of Reclamation to try to get some vegetation management using livestock out there in the Auburn State Rec area. So I don't know if that'll end up needing some board action, but it is something that I've worked with Charlene and the Ag Commission on. They're very interested in using more livestock for vegetation management. And then I went out. Carl Weiland was the speaker at Taxpayers, I guess this week, I think it was, but he kind of gave an update on Prop 19, how it's being implemented, and the unintended consequences, I'd say, of Prop 19, and how they're trying to work on some legislation to correct that, perhaps. So yeah, we kind of need that. It messed up a couple of things.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yes.
It's not good.
So that's in the works. And then I went out to the Rio Bravo biomass facility at Thunder Valley Casino out in Lincoln with the Pioneer Energy Board members, and the Rio Bravo, the operations manager there, emphasizing, I keep hearing this often at meetings, how there used to be, I guess, 66 biomass facilities in the state of California. Now we only have 22, and that's a big part of our problem and the backlog. And so there's just a lot of support for getting a biomass facility. I'm really excited about that. And then while I was there with the Pioneer guys, I said, hey, I'm getting a lot of inquiries and concerns, and people are misinformation, social media about us joining Pioneer. So I really appreciated that John Ecker and Mark Riffey got back to me. And so if you have any questions about that, they've created a new webpage on their website specifically for El Dorado County and the city of Placerville. And it has a comparison of the existing rates, which does show that their rates for El Dorado County would be lower. There's a lot of misinformation out there. And also they're going to have another webinar on December 14th. So if you want to share that with folks, if they want to join that webinar and get more information,
So for
And-
clarification, we're waiting to get the PCIA rates through CPUC, right?
Yes.
So those are now available. So that website was updated with the actual.
Again?
Well,
Oh.
I'm not sure it was again. I think it was updated once, correct?
Yes, yes. They
So-
put a page specifically for El Dorado County and it said, as of November, so that was like a week ago or whatever. Those were the rates that would be for El Dorado County in November. Yes, they'll probably change again in December. So, but
Okay.
so are the PG&E rates gonna go up in this. by the
So
end
we
of
really
the year
don't know
too.
what applies to El Dorado County or Placerville because they're not effective until January.
Yes, but if.
So we're
but-
still waiting to get the PCIe update
Yes.
for 2021.
Yes.
Actually, the 2022 ratepayers, which would include, so we don't really know apples to apples comparison yet until we have that data, right?
No, but it's a closer, it's
Comparison.
comparison to the people are out on the internet right now, social media using
Right.
2017 rates, which is completely
Right.
not in the ballpark.
Right.
And you have a board meeting on December 16th, which
Yes.
will set that
Yep.
rate, the rates actually, so
Yep.
they'll probably update the website again. And then we're anticipating with PG&E's increases that are coming, Pioneer is gonna look good,
Right.
except for solar customers really do have to do some research.
So there's a
That's
better
what-
estimate now,
Yes,
but
a
we don't
better
know the
estimate.
final numbers yet. Yes, thank you.
Absolutely,
Thank you.
much better estimate,
Yep.
yes. They try to lay out some concerns that we're hearing on social media, so I really appreciated that they stepped up and got us some very El Dorado County specific information. It wasn't out, their website didn't have that before, so that was good. And then lastly, I tried to join in the Aqua Conference virtually, and it was a bust. It was what does Aqua stand for? Water?
Association of California Water Agencies.
There it is.
Yeah.
And so Wendy went down and I'm like, I'm just gonna go virtual, and
It worked
their-
on our end.
The virtual vendor was terrible. I don't even know if I got any sessions at all, but anyway, I missed out on that. But
You were in our
except
big meeting
for-
though. Yeah.
Except for the women in water, they had like a social event.
Ooh.
Yeah, the women in water they had a social event and the Zoom worked for that. So I literally had cocktails virtually with a group of women.
Was this synchronized swimming or what was it?
It was great. Yeah, it was quite interesting, but it was a water conference. But
Wow,
anyway,
okay.
yeah, so I missed all the meaty things, but it was still, I appreciated that you were there. to
Yeah, it was
represent, so
good.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You made the big meeting we had with the Bureau of Reclamation.
That's
That was the
true.
important one.
I
You
did
were
get in
there.
on that one.
Yeah.
District 3.
All right. Had a really effective SACOG luncheon on the blueprint. And every once a month or so, they will do this deep dive on issues over lunch virtually. And I just want to bring out a few key topics that I learned on the blueprint, because we've heard that all of our transportation planning and land use and growth is done through the blueprint. And what is it? And it was helpful to have a background of how we got there. I'm going to do a very brief dive because sometimes there's some confusion in our community saying, that SACOG shouldn't be telling us what to do, how to grow. And this was really helpful to me, that this started back in the early 2000s when lawsuits were coming against our region over environmental issues. And we were looking at our growth projections. And we were looking at growth projections through 2025, which is really funny because that's on our door. And as we looked at it, what it shows, they developed a base model with the current growth projections in 2000s, and no one liked what they saw. What that base case map showed is that congestion would be just exponentially more difficult. Air pollution would be, just egregious, and worse than that, I think that there would be a big sprawl of single-family homes that would eat up our existing land, including our ag lands. And so at that point, SACOG got together and said, we've got to do something about this, because if we don't challenge this model, if we don't do it differently, this is what we're going to get. And no one liked that. And so what they did is they started with really a grassroots level. And they went, and some of you probably attended that. I attended that as a community member. They met in all the different counties in the SACOG region, brought that base case map and said, what do you think about that? What are your concerns? How are you doing growth in your county? How do you want to do it? And it was a multi-layered process that went for years. But through that, they developed their new models on growth that were clustered around a few key principles: that transportation choices, that we needed to really look at mixed land uses. We needed to do land differently, and land needed to be an integral part of transportation planning. Prior to this, they were separate. That we needed to, like I said, use land more efficiently for more compact development in community regions, rather than just letting urban sprawl just go and develop where there's available land. We needed to look at quality design, being conscious of how people feel in a space. That is a huge part of how we develop, conserve natural resources and protect our ag land. And they held workshops in every city and county with all of the planning departments, and built their model as to how we grow as a region around all those community efforts. And at one point, there were 1,400 people at their final workshop that developed this model. And then they actually hired Ronald Reagan's pollster and polled the community, the region, on these land use principles. And the results were quite significant. So it was just helpful for me to understand that SAGHOG and how we grow is very much not a top-down approach, but has actually been generated from a grassroots level up, taking into account every city and county and keeping as much local control as possible as we look at how we impact each other regionally. So it was quite significant.
Any discussion on greener means go faster?
No, not in this. It was just an education on blueprint. That's funny. Although the green mean goes principles are inherent in the blueprint model. Yes. Had a good El Dorado County Transportation Commission meeting.
No.
And I know most of us are on that, but important to know that one of the major topics was the potential tolling project through the city of Placerville. That's going to be a long range project, tolling the elevated bridge that we're beginning to embark on studying that, the feasibility of that, what it looks like. It would be the largest project ever undertaken by the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. We'll have significant study, but we're just kind of starting to embark on that process again. Right. We'll tack that on soon.
No piggybacking, come on now.
We also had a SAGHOG board meeting this week, and a large component was housing. It was an excellent meeting, and Bonnie Gore is our chair this year, and she issued a challenge to all of the jurisdictions in SAGHOG to share how we are working on housing issues within our region, to share that with each other. And I want to thank CJ Freeland on our staff for providing me with some really important background information on what we're doing locally that I was able to share with a group. And interesting idea from the city of Folsom on what they're doing is that they have found some land, some county-owned land. Actually, it'd be city-owned land, but they're donating it to Habitat for Humanity, and they're working on a partnership where they are building one main house and one ADU per lot, which is kind of interesting. And they're all owner occupied. So that is not only building attainable housing in the city of Folsom, but it's allowing people to take to get on the ownership track to land. Once they sell, they can recoup the profits and move on to other forms of housing. And then new families would move into this model and get on the ownership track, not just being able to live in a house, but actually generate wealth per land ownership. I thought that was, I would too. Yeah, I thought that was kind of a creative use to a housing challenge. Certainly attended the water agency. Really appreciate Ken Payne providing that opportunity. It was so good to be in a live conference, as I know a lot of you are participating in, to see and actually talk to people and be able to meet face to face with the Bureau of Reclamation and pitch our water projects, not only with the grazing issues and opportunities, but also our need for additional water storage and the efforts that we're currently working on in regards to that. And so those are the highlights of my last couple of weeks.
Excellent. Thank you. District 2.
Had a lab code meeting. It was very controversial a little bit, but we're working through some different things that needs to be addressed. We had a SOFAR biomass thing, SOFAR meeting and stuff, and talking about biomass, talking about what's going to be feasible, what kind of plant would be feasible for El Dorado County. And Greg had a certain company come on and do a presentation, and but we're looking at other companies too, because we want to see what they have to offer too. So that's something we're working forward to. I know one of the questions, I couldn't finish it because I had to transfer into the transit meeting right away. So one of the things that Mark Edgar said, he says, why are we talking about it? We shouldn't talk about it. Let's get this done. And that's one of the things that he was talking about, because there's so much debris and stuff out there that could be utilized, especially with this biomass plant. We need to move forward and get it done. Had a transit meeting. It was very, very good about what's the issues going to be coming up, especially with, like you were talking about, green means go. Well, green does mean go, especially if you're racing. So anyway, which I've done for years. So, and then we had transportation, some of the projects and stuff, and especially the underpass up there in Camino. That was pretty interesting, all the projects and stuff. Woody's done a great job. He really has.
Yep.
He really has. And we talked about, and we actually voted to give him a raise. So that was pretty neat. Also, we had a meeting with Dave, some of the issues that is going on. I talked with Don a lot, all the time. I'm in his office a lot. So had a meeting with Charlene, and we talked about this issue today that we brought up, the hemp issue. Also, Janelle Horn and some of the recorder clerk had just my monthly meeting with her, went very well. Also with Jeff Warren and also Joey. And then I had a ride along with Brian Mullins, some of the concerns and stuff that was in District 2 and stuff that we addressed. Some of the complaints that we've had from people, especially in Cameron Park, some of the issues in speeding. One of the issues was a stop sign that was basically covered with brush, and people were running the stop sign. So it was very, very dangerous. They couldn't see it, especially coming around a corner and you can't see the stop sign through the brush. So he's taking care of that. Also working with Tom McClintock, and you heard that he did a presentation on the House floor to support the victims in Grizzly Flat. So he did a great job. The speech was awesome, really was. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, I have a few things different to report. Wednesday, December 1st, the El Dorado Hills Chamber held their holiday luncheon. It was held at the Holiday Inn Express. And the thing I guess it was a major takeaway was the continued membership growth in the chamber. They continue to attract a lot of new businesses, even out of the county. There's a lot of businesses in Folsom that are joining our El Dorado Hills Chamber because they want to be part of that community, and recognizing with the growth of Folsom Ranch and the proximity of town center and all those things, the business park, there seems to be a kind of a unification going on there, which is good to see, in my opinion. We was already discussed. The LAFCO meeting was held later that same day. Transit and Transportation Convention has already been covered. The homeless forum at the food bank, and I did want to thank all of the county staff members who were present. Our sheriff had a presentation. I want to thank our CIO for being there. Supervisor Turnbull and I both had a chance to speak briefly about our thoughts on it. A lot of different inputs, a lot of dialogue, but I do think at the end of the day, there was some constructive agreements relative to how we can possibly move forward, working with EDOC and trying to resolve some things that have been out there. Clearly, the hostess program as proposed has been problematic, but Lieutenant Lykoff proposed a new term, home, that seemed to be a little different approach to
Yeah,
it.
you should get some. That's what he said.
Get some. So I remain hopeful that we are able to continue that dialogue and maybe meld some of these good ideas together and come up with things that are consistent with what we believe the EDOC strategic plan will show, and our building blocks to make this whole thing work in terms of including dealing with our homeless situation. I'm not sure winter sheltering short of the nomadic shelter operation is something that's viable at this point. We're just so far down the road. I don't see that happening. My understanding is they're supposed to be coming out with a report around February, but they gave us a preview that had the various types of sheltering that are available. They gave examples of sites that you can go do it. So one of the things I did is make copies of those presentations and gave a copy each to the Taxpayer Association leadership and one for the Cameron Park Shingle Springs, so that they would have that data that was available through EDOC, as well as a presentation made in August by our Health and Human Services staff. A lot of it was reinforcing my message that I delivered was basically some of the statistics on how successful our EDOC COC has been in terms of getting people into permanent housing. That's not recognized often, and I think that was a significant discussion. And obviously The sheriff reported some of their data. So I thought it was a constructive meeting. And at the end of the evening, I thought we had a plan to kind of move forward. So Don had discussed that briefly, and he may have additional comments before we close that. I also attended the Judge Kingsbury retirement. And it turns out, Sue, I arrived after you had left, but Wendy was there. And so both Wendy and I got up and presented the proclamation. We didn't read it because everybody had already heard it before. And it was late in the afternoon, so to speak, but we had the privilege of again recognizing Judge Kingsbury for all of her great work and sending her off and into her very, very short period of retirement before she's right back engaged. But that's Suzanne. That's the way she operates. We all recognize that.
Congratulate her on her new.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So she was there. So yep.
David's losing.
Yeah.
Sorry, David, it's going for a good time.
It's a good succession process.
Right.
You're breeding good talent to get into, not breeding, but you're developing good talent to move into the next level, right? So and then last night we had our El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting. And I'll just mention that Brian Mullins did give us a report out relative to some questions that happened on some of the road improvements in Waterford subdivision in particular. They've been asking for an update. Turns out the PCI in Waterford is 64 on average for all the roadways in that particular subdivision. The county average is 66. So it's just a little bit below, but there's so many other areas that are way below that. Yeah, and so, we had the discussion that there will be a look the first part of next year at what those new SB1 resources are and how we distribute those and the plan. And I don't know if Raphael attended or not, but I know Daryl Brown was also in attendance along with Brian. So I thought that was extremely helpful to have their response as opposed to somebody else reporting like me, because that comes from directly from the people doing the work. So it's never satisfying to hear those reports, but it's reality. And so that's what we're trying to do. And everybody always says, hey, I pay these tremendous property taxes. Yeah, but that doesn't go into road maintenance short of the Board of Supervisors' decision to augment our road fund, right? With the $3 million this year, I believe it is, with an expectation of policy. Hopefully we can continue that in the future. No guarantees, but we're doing our part, but it's not enough. It's still not enough. So I don't know what the end game is going to be, but it's going to be tough. The second thing I'll mention is we had the Assistance League of the Sierra Foothills as our guest speaker. A great program, great service to the county. They did mention the fact that they were able to raise very quickly $15,000 for Caldor relief, and that went into the processing. And they are part of the nonprofits umbrellaed by our El Dorado Community Foundation. So they're working with them. But if you don't know anything about the Assistance League of Sierra Foothills, I'd recommend you look into it. They're in fundraising mode like everybody is. But I think it's a very, very good and worthwhile organization like the many we have in El Dorado County. So that's the end of my inputs, and to our CAO for his remaining updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the homeless, yes, as I mentioned earlier on Thursday, asking for a meeting with the sheriff and Health and Human Services and appropriate staff to try to, there's some work to do, but try to get some on common grounds. We can come to the board with some recommendations of hopefully different plans that will work, because we're seeming to focus primarily on the chronic homeless, which is a big issue. There's no question, but there's a lot of other homeless out there. And how can we move things forward to, I'm thinking of our foster youth, our runaway youth, our domestic violence victims that leave their home because they have nowhere to live. Those who lose their home because of traumatic event, such as job loss or significant injury. How do we help those as well? EDOC was invited. I'm talking to Dr. Muscat about that to see her comfort level in attending. So it will be up to them. They're welcome to attend, but it's Thursday afternoon, I think, in my office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just an internal meeting. No, just an internal meeting and follow up to the discussion.
Right.
The other
And
night.
Dr. Muscat is the chair of EDOC, just if you don't know that. Yeah.
Thank you for convening this. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, we will try. Last week, I was asked, because Supervisor Novosel was at CSAC, I was asked to fill in for her and speak to the South Lake Tahoe Leadership Forum class. Those are just a lot of fun. The topic they asked me to speak about was redistricting.
Hmm.
I showed them the map from the board supervisorial districts 30 years ago and then what we have now. And whereas much of the county looks very similar, Tahoe does not. And 30 years ago, Tahoe actually had 2 supervisors in the basin. And
There's not been a great large growth surge in Tahoe in the last 30 years.
No, man.
And there won't be because of TRPA and other land use. Yeah.
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 So there's it was a great policy conversation about how representation occurs. And we're seeing exactly the same trends on the north side of the lake. There, I don't know what district number it is, but Supervisor Gustafson now comes all the way down to Auburn.
Hmm.
And how is Tahoe going to continue to be represented, as the population shifts?
Ouch. Was that a request or that just a pinch point?
And then the other thing, I attended the ambulance JPA. They had a strategic planning workshop, and they asked me to attend. Supervisor Heidel
Yes, I
was there.
forgot that one. Yes.
I felt it was some very direct discussion and conversation, honest on both sides. I personally left feeling very encouraged that we can find a way to move forward with a system that truly does best serve our community, but is more sustainable than what is currently being operated. So I'm optimistic and that's taking place. I don't know if you.
No, I thought the conversation was really good. It was very open. It was very honest. We had great participation. Marshall Hospital was involved and well, so they're tied into that, and particularly with IFTs, the interfacility transfers, and looking at unique models to try to offset those costs where you don't have 2 paramedics in a medic unit moving people and just from hospital A to hospital B or whatever. It frees up that resource, which means it should be deployed in a more efficient manner. So a lot of good discussion. We'll see what that strategic plan bears, but I thought the kickoff for it went very well, and everybody was at the table and listening and asking questions, and particularly the county. Where's the county's commitment? What is this thing about going out for an RFP? How serious are you? All those kinds of questions. And I think Don did a very appropriate set of responses relative to the parameters we're trying to work within and look out for the greater good of El Dorado County, recognizing CSA 3 is a model different than CSA 7 and all those things. But it was a very constructive, I think, kickoff.
Yes.
At least for the period we were there. Maybe it fell apart after you and I left, but good. Yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, very good. So with that, we will be recessing then into closed session again. And I'm assuming we probably will, and these are the closed session items, I believe it's 52, 56, 58, 59, and 60 we have remaining.
That's correct.
Okay. And are we expecting any report outs on any of those?
I do not expect any reports.
Okay, so the expectation would be we would adjourn the meeting in closed session and just report out the adjourn time. And so staff knows that we're probably not coming back here. So I think we can probably shut it down.
I didn't have my mic turned on.
So anyway, thank you all for your participation, and look forward to seeing you one last time in 2021 next Tuesday if you're going to be here. So